Hi, everyone. I think we are good to go now. How's it going? My name is Ruby. I'm here with two of my best friends, and it is the morning of Christmas Eve, and we are all delusionally tired. And this is a Giant Slayer gauntlet where I'm going to do 4 boss slaying games in a row because I'm insane. So we are taking on Shadow of the Colossus, Titan Souls, The Pathless, and Solar Ash back to back to back. They are all incredible games. You should play them. Do my commentators want to introduce themselves?
Hi, I'm Titanus Nix. I am a variety streamer and a speedrunner. I speedrun 2 out of the 4 games that are going to be on today, and I have seen/played the other 2.
Hello, just Dave TM, somewhat streamer, but mainly in Ruby's community. I also stream run Shadow, and I'm learning Titan Souls and know of the other 2. So with the lack of knowledge is going to be fun, and we're going to roll with it, and it's going to be insane. So let's do this.
Yeah,
with our combined power, we can overcome everything.
And somehow commentate this run on maybe all of us being 50% energy of a regular human. Let's go ahead. We're going to get started as soon as we start into this first boss fight. So we are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. First boss. Hey, what's his name?
The one's name is Valus. So starting off Shadow of the Colossus, we've got Valus here. Valus is probably one of the easiest fights to do, aside from the cutscene, which you'll see in just a second. So Ruby's going to come up and stab the leg twice, which is going to cause a cutscene where Valus falls to the ground. And during this cutscene, we have to run and jump onto his beard, mostly blind.
Easiest fight in the game, they say.
One of the easiest. Listen, okay. I said aside from the cutscene, so you proved my point.
You have to run when you cannot see yourself. So it is 85% skill, 15% luck. Sometimes, I think if you noticed what happened is just a little bit too close to that fist, got knocked down and threw off all the timing in the cutscene.
Yeah, but I will also admit though, part of it is, it is a difficult fight when it comes to that one trick. On the other hand, I am very rusty with this game. This was my first game that I ever started speedrunning. I love this. I put a lot of work into it a few months ago, but I will say the past 2 months I have been learning Hades and Transistor, and I'm loving them, but that means that all of these boss rush games, I may or may not be a little rusty, just a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
you did fall back to the intended strat, which you are the intended world record holder. So
that is true.
That is true. I am the intended world record holder. Intended is a amazing and ridiculous category. Okay, Quadratus. So there are 2 different ways to do this Colossus, depending on if you're playing any percent or boss rush. So you'll get to see version number 2. Basically what I'm going to do is the weak spots that let you get onto this boss are on his little feetsies. So I'm going to wait for him to stop, and once he moves his foot, get him to shake his butt down, grab onto it. Yeah! And that is what we call the ump jump, named after the person who founded it, Aiden Umperson. And then we just, jab him about 1 billion times in the butt.
Well, and one quick thing that you will see is Ruby got some perfect what we call cycle stabs, and basically it allows you to cancel out the animation that you will see probably here of pulling the sword out. So you did get shaken, so
yeah,
that kind of canceled that animation for you in a very bad way.
I didn't end up in a plant, which is unfortunate. I don't think we've even gone over plants yet. But
no, we haven't hit a plant yet.
Listen.
No, we hit a plant during Valus, so a plant is
a... That was the
There we
plant
go.
wiggle. Okay, so if you don't know what the plant wiggle is, I feel like this is an important and silly thing to know about Shadow of the Colossus.
Plant wiggle?
The plant wiggle. Well, you know what I'm talking about, right? So
I do, but I've just never heard it said that way, and now I'm just gonna laugh about it.
well, that's what I think of the animation being. So basically, there are certain parts of a Colossus you can grab, and like no matter how much they shake you, unless under like certain circumstances, you won't get shaken out of the positioning and can continually stab. So like it's something that we utilize a lot as speedrunners to quickly get through a Colossus without them throwing you off with their animations. And there is a way to look at Wander and know that he has hit a plant with the way that he grabs it. And his body just does this little extra movement, and I just call it the plant wiggle. So
Meanwhile, another thing that can let you know that it's happening, which gets under my skin a lot, is that he will start waving his arms around in the air, which is him trying to get balance. But I call it making biscuits, because it reminds me very much of a very exaggerated cat.
I love it so much.
All right, we're trying for one of the more visually stunning tricks in the game here, the Gaius launch or the Space Jam. And we got it!
Oh, amazing.
One of the hardest tricks in the game, and I get it. Basically sleep deprived. Oh my god, what a legend!
Oh my god.
Oh my
So,
god!
as you can see, just those precise little jumps let you kind of abuse the physics engine and get launched straight up to the head. So.
And then what Ruby attempted to do was go into a plant on Gaius's head, but it is a difficult plant to get into. It is a lot about positioning as well as timing. You have to wait for a very specific animation to get there. However,
I recovered it.
There you go.
That's the plan.
Good job. Good job.
That's
Okay.
the good stuff. Mm-hmm.
As someone who has only ever gotten the plant once in all of my runs of this game, it is very difficult to make if you don't get Space Jam, which I still to this day have only gotten once in my life. Or actually twice now, because someone helped walk me through it.
Yeah,
I completely forgot about that.
I will say that, like, it is one of the hardest tricks in the game. There are several hard tricks in this game, but this Gaius launch is notoriously known as one of the coolest ones to see in a marathon. So, like, if anyone has seen this run, you've probably seen that trick at some point in your life. It's iconic, you know? But personally, I think, like, Arcus launch is just as iconic because suddenly you teleport up to his head. Like,
I think Gaius launch,
me.
or I think that Argus launch is on a technical level more impressive, but Gaius launch is just visually more impressive.
yeah. Oh, and we have Phaedra next. I don't
Oh,
want to
no.
do it. I don't. It's too
This
early.
is
It's
the
too
hardest trick in
early.
the game.
Well, yeah, please keep calling it that, because then if I miss it a million times, I won't feel as bad. Please continue.
Well, I mean, it is for me because out of all the tricks in the game, this is the one I don't do that you're gonna do.
Phaedra launch is absolutely very difficult. It requires a lot of precise timings, which
No,
Ruby
it's fine.
dismissed. It requires a lot of precise timings as well as the physics manipulation that you do for any kind of launch, which is already pretty difficult. So we do launches like this in a few others. I believe Bassaron and Argus are the two that are coming to mind, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one other that I'm just not thinking of. Unless I'm thinking specifically of Phaedra.
No, those are Boss and Argus are the two main launches.
Yeah, I might just be thinking of Phaedra launch as the additional
side
one.
launches.
Yeah,
The side launches as opposed to the Space Jam launch.
yeah.
And we'll go into side launch when, well, a little bit. So, we'll go into side launch on one of the other ones.
I think we're just gonna go recovery here.
We're gonna go regular.
That
That's
is
fine.
totally
Regular.
fine.
So I tried to do the much harder version of the strat, which basically launches you all the way up so you don't have to do this like leg climb. Essentially, it saves like 30 seconds. It's great. And this is not a very clean version either. But again, I'm rusty with this game. I did my best, and this morning is It's early. I'm trying my best. All right, there we go.
Listen.
Oh, don't.
There is a reason.
Ma'am.
There's a reason this is my least favorite Colossus.
Ma'am, please. Put your
I
neck
will say
down. Thank you.
I mainly run any percent most of the time, so the any percent of this game, if you miss that jump onto the leg, there isn't a convenient little retry button. You have to try to recover it, and it's horrible.
Oh, no,
I hate it.
In hell. You're just in hell. It's
so bad. It's so bad because missing that jump onto the leg essentially requires you to run around the Colossus with your horse that you are riding, aggro, consistently getting spooked by the Colossus, and nearly getting kicked, and then the changes in speed as well as the difficulty with just controlling aggro in general, especially when she is spooked. The recovery for that one is really difficult. So it's definitely not anyone's favorite Colossus.
Yep. And now we have...
But it's done.
Now
it is done.
Bert.
We have Burb. This is my personal favorite Colossus. In casual and in speedruns.
It's
yes.
both one of the other coolest tricks, but also if you mess it up, it is devastating and heartbreaking for your time.
Absolutely. That's why I call it a soggy nugget.
Well, and this is probably one of the biggest RNG points of the game.
Yeah, and in Shadow, so some of the other games we're going to come across have a little more RNG to them, but honestly, most of these are pretty like reset for the most part.
Yep.
So I do speedrun other RNG games, but these four actually, now that I'm thinking about it, don't really have much. This is one of the few moments that we really are going to see a lot of RNG. So here, I'll let y'all explain this while I panic.
So there are two main animations after the start. Once you kind of mount Avion here, you will get either a wing up or a wing down. So wing up is you will see the wing first go upwards, and on wing down you will see the wing kind of drop. And we got a wing up, which is perfect. We want wing up. Wing up animation is much easier to do the drop. That is a perfect wing drop.
Oh. That got a little scary there for sure, but that was a
no.
perfect drop there. So basically the entire point of wing drop is just as Avion is doing her little barrel roll, you are going to let go and fall as far as you possibly can, and it is an absolutely terrifying thing, because if you don't manage to catch the wing, Ruby's very excited right now. If you don't manage to catch the wing, you basically lose, what is it? I want to say a minute of just shooting arrows at her as she's flying around and trying desperately to get her attention so that she attacks you again.
Actually, so in Boss Rush, you lose a minute with the reset. In any percent, it's 2 minutes because of the time it also takes to swim, and to fully get back to the point you were at. Yeah, it's like a 2-minute time sink. So getting the perfect wing drop, mwah.
And that was a dry bird, which usually isn't a good thing on Christmas, but today we'll take it.
Okay, here we go. So, next we're going into Barba. This one's fun on Boss Rush. So basically the way this one functions is, this one is a lot of basic AI manipulation. So I'm going to basically stand here just for a second to make sure he stomps in the right way. Then I'm going to jump into his hand, grab the fur, get to his wrist guard as quickly as I can, and basically from here, writing the physics, if I do the run right, I can get, directly onto his head. From here, I hit a plant. Here we go. I'm solidly not getting shaken. All I have to do is 2.5 steps here, and then I go to the back, do 2.5 steps there, and that should be it. So the back, he can shake a lot, which can be really really annoying sometimes, but we'll see how this goes.
But again, you can utilize the cycle stabs to get the stabs in quicker and hopefully not get a shake. This is also, as was mentioned with Quad, the second Colossus that the boss rush strat and the any percent strat are entirely different. Because in any percent, there's actually a cutscene skip where if you pause on, I believe it's 5 or 6 frames of the cutscene, you can teleport yourself to the head and ignore all of that fun AI manip jumping that Ruby had to do in Boss Rush.
Yeah. So I will say it's very interesting. Also, one thing that I don't think is talked about a ton nowadays is the fact that if you play on a PS4 versus a PS4 Pro and PS5, there are differences there too with when you like change the frame rate from 30 FPS to 60 FPS and vice versa. If you are playing on a regular PS4, you can only play in 30 frames a second. So there are a few tricks that aren't really as easily accessible because you don't have those extra frames to work with. I'm gonna let y'all commentate this one because I'm terrified.
Dave, I would have you take this away because I know you've gotten this skip before.
Yes. So this is Hydrus, and we are doing the Hydrus head skip, is what they call it. So as Hydrus kind of gets up to a certain, you go out, you time your swims, you get to this perfect spot, and you wait. And as you see, as the head kind of hits the crest, you're going to jump in the water, and that's going to cause the Hydrus to cock its head and enable you to hopefully, get right onto the head, as opposed to the normal way, which is climbing all the way back on the end of this giant water snake and making its way up past 3 of these huge lightning spikes. And it is a huge pain that takes quite a bit of time. Oh
no. So the basic idea here is to try and do jump stabs so that you don't cause that animation of her dipping her head back into the water, because there's actually a line on her head. I believe it's like right towards the middle of that spike on her head, which will cause her animation to dip back down.
Yeah. The one jump stab, when you take out the electric spike on the head, it moves that line up a goodly chunk. Yeah, or back a goodly chunk, I mean, to make it harder to do the jump stabs without causing the head dip.
Yeah, and it makes it harder to get access to the sigil. So if I had done full jump stabs and avoided the node, the like spike with the electricity coming off of it, yay, electric eels, then I would have avoided that, and I could have done this easily in like 45 to 50 seconds. But because I had that little extra dip, I lost about 12. So hence the 102.69. So yeah.
But 102.69, nice.
God, it's early. I'm sorry.
I was trying to filter myself there, Dave.
I was too, but it's early, and I'm easily influenced when it's early. Dang it! It's fine. I'm so
I just
sorry.
said nice.
Really long-a-thon. I know. It's fine. Anyway, so Kuramori, this one is notoriously for casual players of this game a very difficult fight. Speedrunners, we're here to say it's okay. It's actually the easiest fight in the game. Watch. All you have to do is whistle, run down to the second tier, get your bow out. I'm going to teach you this. You can do this at home right now, I swear to God. So just jump down a little bit, go about to here, and aim for the boss. You're going to shoot the legs right where it's shiny. She's going to fall, and you jump so that you can land on her belly, hopefully, or at least close by. You're going to do 2.5, right? 2.5 steps?
I believe it's 2.8.
2.8, thank you. It's 2.5.
It's 2.5.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Listen.
Oh, it's okay.
And,
so you do 2.5 steps to each. Be careful on this one, because sometimes it will decide that your grab is not quite in the right place it wants you to have it. And you can do the fight in less than a minute. I think that was, what, sub 50?
Probably, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's see. 56. Oh, 56. Okay, so still sub a minute, but yeah,
Yeah.
the fall was a little further out than I would like.
And to keep in mind what it's like whenever you're playing that casually, usually you don't get that in a one cycle, and you're getting attacked by these giant gas clouds that will just kill you. It's absolutely terrifying in casual play, and it takes easily 4 minutes or more because you have to climb all the way back up to the top of the Colosseum.
Nyx, I hate it.
I know you hate it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is my least favorite boss. I hate it.
You got
I hate
it. You got it. I
So
believe
this
in
is
you.
this is one of the side launches. So you jump here, you're gonna jump up, and now you're gonna launch a little too far.
I got an aerial tour. So sometimes if you yeet and hold it just a little too long, it will decide to fully yeet you over the Colossus instead of onto the head. So let's try that one more time.
Yep.
Oh,
There we go.
Not perfect, but you got there.
Oh.
No!
Well,
Okay, that was just rude.
boss is not
rude.
being
How
nice.
dare you? That is so rude. Okay, here we go. Take 3. This trick is the actual bane of my existence.
What in the world just happened?
I got an aerial tour, but somehow recovered it?
I have never seen a launch go like that before. That's beautiful.
I'm not gonna question it. It's Christmas. I think that's just a Christmas miracle.
I think it was as well. That was so beautiful. I've never seen that before.
That was great. Oh my god. I'm so delusionally tired, gang. Okay, it's fine. Anyway, please stop. Please pass her on. So yeah, that's a physics launch. Yay! You got so many different versions of it. But this boss is the bane of my existence.
Once you're on the head, there's actually 2 different phases. You kind of got to saw a little bit of phase 1, but Ruby just got those stabs in really quick, so it was hard to see it. The first phase is where Bossaron will basically yeet his head back and buck like a wild stallion.
The headbanging phase, if you will.
Yeah, headbanging phase. And while you're in that, because you end up going almost completely upside down when his head goes back, you really can't get a plant in that section. So what you want to try to do is get all of those stabs in as quickly as possible. Something that I have had to do a few times is just let go and have to climb up the back again. Sometimes you just have to let him reset. Which isn't fun, but it's better than getting flung around all over the place and not getting a stab in. And then the second phase is back and forth, and because you're not going upside down, I believe there's 2 plant spots on his head, but they are so difficult and so tiny that it's really hard.
Depending on the phase, some are easier to access and easier to hold on to than others.
Yeah.
It's really weird. And also, when you get put upside down, if you're in a plant, it can cause devastating results, and that happens with Bossaron whenever he headbangs. That's actually something we didn't really talk about in Avion, but if I had gotten a plant on one of those wings rather than like scooching the way I was on the wing, it would have caused me to get a plant, and I actually would have completely fallen into the water the moment that Avion barrel rolled. So the way that we move on the wings to grab is actually really precise.
Yes, pillar.
We should
Beautiful.
That
maybe, 'cause
was
that was
nice.
great.
Yeah, so this is Dirge. You have to shoot him in the eye, and if you shoot him in the eye just right, you can get him into one of these pillars. Otherwise, he takes a few more seconds and goes all the way to the wall. The speedrun strat for this is just precision stabbing. You need to take away. So since you hit him in the eye, you can get away with killing him without destroying that first sigil. If you do destroy that first sigil, he dives back under the sand. You have to hit him in the eye again. A lot of time is lost, but if you kind of utilize that little dink of damage on the eye, not destroy that first sigil, you can actually kill him, as Ruby did, without having to do 2 cycles.
Yeah, a lot of this game is like trying to make sure that you don't 2-cycle any of the bosses, or you 2-cycle as few as is humanly possible. This is one where that is like really important.
Cuttlefishman asks which Colossus is a good boy. I know the answer Ruby will have for that question.
It's
The good boy?
because he's a good guard dog boy.
He's a good guard dog
Senna,
boy.
baby. He's number 14. We'll get to him in just a little bit here. We're not quite there yet. But Celosia is also a very good boy, which is the one that we're
I
going
do
to
not
next.
agree, but okay.
Celosia is a little scaredy boy.
I do not like Celosia, and it's mostly because I keep missing his plant, and it is maddening when you miss his plant.
Sounds
It
like
is.
someone is a Celosia Scrooge. Anyway, so
Yes.
for this
I will
boss-
remain a Celosia Scrooge. Thank you very much.
So what we're doing is luring Celosia to hit the pillar. I get the torch. Yay, torch. Hello. I would like to light it on fire, please.
It fears the flames.
It fears the flames, yes. So Celosia is a sweet little guard dog, or a sweet little lion that is afraid of fire. So normally you like shake it in front of his head and he's like, oh god, oh heck. But what we do instead is AI manip, so he gets over here faster when we don't hold it, but then when he's close enough to the cliff and you are holding the torch, it then activates this AI to say, oh, I'm scared, and you've now got me to the cutscene trigger to fall. So yeah, it's a much quicker way to get him to the point you need him at.
But if you do it the intended way, it is the most adorable animation ever.
It's very
Don't get
cute.
too
Like,
close, because you will get batted, and it's not
will
fun.
swat and be like, wait, hang on. It's very cute. It's very cute.
Yeah, I may or may not have done that a few times in my casual playthrough and been like, why me? I don't understand.
Celosia is just a good boy. Oh, just good boy. Yeah, cuttlefish. Aren't they all good boys? They are all good boys. Except, I'm sorry, except for Pelagia and Bosseron. Fuck them. Absolutely not. They are not good boys. I hate them. Fuck them. Anyway, or I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on this. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so, Pelagia. Can you all take the commentary on this one? That would be great.
Pelagia
Great.
is a
Thank you.
pain, bane of my existence. So what we're gonna try and do here is the face grab, which basically requires 2 precisely timed arrows and a very good jump, which didn't happen. But I'm sorry, I love you, but I have to.
No. It didn't. It sure didn't. You're giving proper commentary. I messed up there.
But the way that this works is essentially when Wander is close enough to a specific ledge, you just saw it there, he will automatically connect to that ledge if he's close enough to it, which we like to call magnet hands. So we try to use Wander's magnet hands on Pelagia's face to get up to her head to smack these teeth and direct her to where we need her to go. If you don't get the face grab, usually in boss rush you can just restart. Good job. Oh my god. Pelagia is really, really heavy with RNG, so that can be a huge pain. But essentially what we do is we try to get her animation of attacking us. And then as she is winding up that electricity, we jump onto her face to essentially cancel out the animation to cause her to jump straight away, which exposes her belly. And then with a series of precision stabs, you can actually one-cycle her before she goes underwater.
And the cycle stabs are basically, you do a full stab, a 0.95 stab. So like a mostly full stab, but not quite, and then 2 full stabs, which I don't think we've even talked about how percentages of stabs works, even though that has been a big thing in a lot of these fights, like Dirge in this one. So like, maybe
Yeah, we
should
didn't.
break that
Sorry,
down.
y'all. We're all sleep deprived. I'm so sorry. We're all exhausted.
Yes, we're trying so hard.
And boss rush is very it's a rush. There's not a lot of downtime in
commentate
this.
during it.
There's not a lot of time to commentate. So basically, if you notice that like yellow stamina meter in the bottom right-hand corner, That is basically what determines my grip. And if you have it charged all the way to the edges, you'll see like a little white dotted line kind of expand out as you're charging a stab. And that lets you know, and same with arrow shots, that lets you know, hey, we got this timing correct, you know? Okay, hang on.
And now it's time for Balloon Boy, the one true pacifist of the game. It will, no matter what you do, it will not directly attack you. All it will do is attempt to shake you off.
My second favorite, my love. I love all the flying ones, if you can't tell. The 2 flying ones are my favorites.
See, and for
But
me, it's
you
the
have
small
to-
boys, but I totally get it. Like, these are beautiful.
They're majestic, and I think that's why I love them so much. I mean, even then, like, look at Solar Ash. Who's my favorite in Solar Ash?
Oh, yep, fair.
Yeah!
Also, hey, usually I am so great with these arrow shots. You know what I'm not today?
There we go.
Great with the
these
arrows.
arrow shots.
So now all the balloons have been popped, so it will lower down enough so we will be able to hopefully climb on one of those wings at the front and hop on.
I swear I'm good at this game, gang. I swear.
And you do have to cut the corners, because one of the weird things about this Colossus is it will perfectly match your speed. So if you get off and run, it will be moving at a run. What?
I have never seen her go under the sand before you grab her before.
Yes, you have.
I haven't.
Have you seen my marathon where that happened?
Apparently not.
Well,
Oh
turn it
wait,
around.
this is how you get aggro to spin on her, isn't it? That's what the IL is what just happened.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So, story time. The very first time that oh my god, I have to go back to front. I'm not gonna make it. If I start the timer, I think I have to go all the way to the front before I start these stabs. This is gonna take so much time. Oh no. Okay, well,
you have time for story time, so...
Yeah, we have time for story time. So, the very first marathon run I ever did was Fleet Fatales in 2020, when all of us were, stuck inside forever. For this marathon run, I did this fight, and Phalanx dipped under the sand, just like that. And I went, oh, great, cool. Maybe I can just ride over where she is and then, get scooped up on top of her. But Agro's model also got scooped up and didn't know what to do about it. So instead, just her legs kind of stood straight and her model froze and spun in a circle while stuck clipped into one of these flaps. It's hilarious and ridiculous. If you watch that VOD for anything, just fast forward to this fight and look at that one moment, because it is priceless. It's so funny. I believe
there's a clip of it on your YouTube somewhere, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'm sure there is, and if there's not, there should be.
Yep. And one other thing, just also doing precision stabbing here of 1 and a 0.9, because you have done a little bit of damage to via the balloon arrow shots, and if you totally take out one of those sigils, you get some barrel rolls, which are terrible, and then eventually it will dive back under and they will reinflate, and you have to do the whole thing all over again.
Yep. So something you actually would see specifically with Phalanx and Hydrus, they both have these kind of 3 points of attack, essentially. Hydrus technically has 4, because Hydrus has the 3 nodes and then her head. But as soon as you fully kill one of those points of attack, a timer starts, and once that timer is up, they will dip back down. They will get out of where you can attack them, and then you have to wait for them to do it again. Phalanx, thankfully, is pretty decent about getting back out of the sand at a decent time. Hydrus won't. Hydrus is a pain. If she goes back underwater, you could easily take either 30 seconds or 5 minutes to get her attention.
Yeah.
But also here's
really quick
good
for
boy.
this one, I will say, if anyone's wondering, oh, did my stream drop frames? No, we switched to 30 frames a second for a trick in this fight, so don't worry about that. If you want to take the description here.
So this is a super jump, and basically you in the jump and you get a bigger window. Oh, there it was, but it didn't get grab. Okay, you get you actually get more time in 30 FPS to get the trick. But basically, if you kind of
into the pillar, if you're on 30 frames a second,
yeah, you actually kind of clip into the pillar, and that gives you a bit of an extra boost up on the jump, and you're able to hit the part where you can actually grab that pillar, which is if you do it intended, this is the 5th pillar, and you have to kind of play dominoes through the level, knocking pillars down in order to reach where you can grab on this one. But if you can get this trick, you can just kind of clip into that pillar, get an extra boost, and just grab it immediately. There is also a backup strat I don't know if we'll fall back to, but we'll talk about that if need be.
I'm hoping not to use Kaze. I'm usually pretty good with super jump, but also I'm rusty and it's early, so we'll see what happens here. But also, like, I hit Gaia's launch, I hit a bunch of other tricks today, so like, I'm still happy.
If you do end up needing to change to Kaze, make sure to switch back to 60 to make it easier.
And there it is. We got it.
There it was.
And the strat on that is literally you do the first jump and then you just hit that jump button as much as you possibly can, because
you can literally as quickly as is humanly possible. So if you notice me like vibrating in my chair, that's why.
All right, and you can also move in this cutscene for a strat called Wacky Jump, and that will enable you to skip a goodly chunk. I think, yes, we got Wacky. If you noticed, Wander was kind of jumping during that cutscene. Now you just got to aggro Senno Baby up again.
The good boy.
Yeah, she's good. She's good. We're good. We're good. Heck yeah. Okay, the back half of the fight was really clean. That's great.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
All you needed was a little reset and you were good.
Mm-hmm.
So this now knocks the armor off of the back, exposing the sigil.
Now, one thing about these little colossi is that since they are so small, they move so fast. And if you get hit by them once, you are basically just trapped in a Sisyphean loop, where you are being constantly batted around and knocked out. As soon as you manage to like stand back up before you get control of Wander again, they're immediately hitting you. So you are essentially completely stun locked, and it is so painful. And I say this from experience of someone who has been stun locked by both of them a million times. It's horrible. You don't want it to happen.
But that was also a very good demonstration of the plant. If Ruby wasn't planted on the back, every time Zenobia did a shake, Wander would have been getting tossed all around and been unable to keep stabbing.
Yeah,
so that is a very good demonstration of how the plants work.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, for the small boys, when you're playing casually, usually you constantly are shaking and just like hitting the stab button frantically over and over, hoping that you can get tiny baby stabs whenever she stops and you have your grip for like a split second.
Yep.
Also, okay, this one, Argus. I feel like it's more fun if I don't explain it and you all just don't blink, everyone, or you will miss the trick.
Yep.
I know that sounds like a joke. Not that
Argus, why?
We don't look at that.
That was the 30 FPS thing.
You can absolutely blink on that one.
Yeah, you can blink on that one. Now don't blink. Now don't blink. Just hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Wait.
Oh, you can blink on that one too.
You can blink. You can blink for a little bit longer. I'm so sorry. So, okay, let me explain a little bit of this beginning part. So basically what I'm doing is trying to get him to stomp that left foot. And once he does, I'm jumping up onto the knee, getting over here, and I'm trying to grab into this hand, but there's a very specific time that I have to hit the grab button, because until you hit a different part of his arm, he's not supposed to drop the hammer, nor are you supposed to be able to grab inside of there. Like, so basically what you're doing is using the magnet hands to try and grab inside the fur, like right at, and I am messing up this timing so badly today. Okay, I'll tell you when the don't blink you miss it trick is coming, but it's after this, which apparently I'm struggling with this morning. This is a much harder part just because the timing is so specific on every tiny
Input.
section. Got it.
Ooh.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
amazing.
Don't blink.
It
So
was
you
a
can see
little
there's that
hard to
little
see.
gap there that you can grab, and it is a very, very annoying grab. But yes.
It was a little difficult to see that because Argus was just being a butt.
Okay. So now we want to get that same stomp again.
Yep. Got
Okay,
it.
there we go.
Now here we go.
So
Usually
basically-
we want to avoid him leaving said platform, but once again, Argus is being a butt this morning. I don't know why. Good old soup knife.
That's a nickname one of our friends has given him. Okay, so basically for that, there is basically a way that you can like hold side launch, and much like Bosseron, that big turtle boss that I kind of yeeted to the side with, on this one, when you do that same kind of launch and instead just launches you straight upwards, sometimes with like the very small launch that I got, or sometimes with they like 1 minute you are on the knee and suddenly you are yeet teleported to the top of his head, and it's really fun and wild to see the different ways you get yeeted. So that's what we call Argus launch.
Yes, and you did kind of see Wander kind of tiny teleporting up the side of the arm there. Those are regrabs, which allow you to scale quite much quicker than the normal climb animation. That was not a problem with stream. That is a strat.
Yes. And we are headed to the final boss of this game. So this is Todd.
Yes.
We're going to be heading towards. Don't question it. His name is Todd, right?
That's all the name that he needs
That's
is
all the
Todd.
name
Yes.
he needs is Todd. Exactly. So Todd has heat-seeking missiles, and I don't like them.
I don't think anyone likes his heat-seeking missiles. I don't think anyone likes Todd, let's be honest here. It's Todd.
The current world record holder, it is the beginning of the strat is named PDO Path after the current world record holder who says he didn't invent it, but simply kind of made it a little easier to do.
It is a modification of a
Yes.
strat founded by Inception, so I think that PDO more is like, I think that PDO Path is a fun name, but also like I want to credit this other runner who
Yes.
contributed to it. And Inception was a world record holder for a really long time too,
Yeah.
and is really sweet. So like I understand, but also like PDO has done a lot for the community as far as helping find other ways to route this game.
PDO has done a lot of optimization with this run, and I absolutely praise all of the hard work that he has put into this game. He has put in, oh my god, over 3,000 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think that
Maybe
was just last
more?
year.
Yeah, it's been a lot. They are a amazing runner of this game.
And they basically, I'm not gonna lie, PDO, like, we are friends. We are all friends with PDO, and we actually speedrun a few other games together, this group in general.
Yes. And
But,
this what is Todd?
It's okay. This time I think I can get it because I'm in front of the pillar instead.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
Todd said, "You said what? Shut up now.
Now? You said what now? You had faith?
Don't speak of such things in my presence. My
Screw
heat-seeking
your
missiles
faith.
will do the job."
Exactly. Oh my god. What were we talking about? I'm sorry. I got lost.
PDO
Talking about
Path.
PDO.
Todd hates me. Yeah. Oh!
Okay. Now
much
that
closer.
might be recoverable.
This is recoverable. This I can do. There is a way to do this without getting hit a million times in the face. I'm just not.
There we go.
Doing it.
Okay, so now we've gotten to this spot.
Apparently, but anyway,
Yes.
so PDO, we tend to a lot of us tend to like a lot of the same kinds of speed runs, and PDO. Every game that I'm like, I love this game, and I like to think I'm pretty good at this game. PDO is like, you're amazing at this game, and then proceeds to, within a few weeks, get like the world record or in top 5. And is like, oh yeah, now I'm the best in the world at this game. How's it going, Ruby? And I'm like, I'm still 25th. It's fine. Like, PDO is amazing at this game. PDO is incredible at this game. And at Solar Ash and so many of the games that you're going to see today. But I am better than them at Titan Souls, and they do not run the pathless, so I will brag about that. So that's something. All right, here we go.
So we did the path, so we avoided all of the rocket launchers, didn't get hit by any of them. And now we're climbing up to a point where we will normally there's a whole sequence of hopping to different parts, but we can actually hit one of the sigils here and he will lower his arm and we can hopefully just skip all of this. So again, we're going to just make a minor manip of the abuse of the physics engine and just jump all the way up there to the very end spot. Hopefully climb up. Here we go. Now we're right up at the head where the one and only actual damage sigil is on Todd. So now you just stab Todd in the head and the game will be over.
And then we'll be immediately the moment that this Colossus dies, I am going to shut down this game and quickly switch over to Titan Souls. It's going to take a moment to transition, but it's going to be fine.
Oh, I'm so... Why couldn't the ads held off for just a few seconds more? If the ads had happened when we were switching games, it would have been so much better. I apologize to all of you who got ads, but we have no control over those.
Okay, cool. Hang on, wait, because all the other games are going to be on PC, which helps, but
yes,
I do have to switch over from PlayStation.
We're speedrunning the switching of games. So it is Titan Souls next.
Titan Souls next, yes.
So
Correct.
Titan Souls, a very, very similar conceptual game to the point where I believe the Titan Souls devs had said that they are influenced by Shadow of the Colossus in the making of Titan Souls.
Yes, and if you aren't familiar, this is made by Acid Nerve, the same studio that made hang on. Who made Death's Door? Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to turn off my 4K
you're totally
capture fine. So that people can see.
So as you will see, Titan Souls, you are going to be again fighting a whole bunch of individual giant boss fights, only boss fights in the game. The big difference here is that there are sigils, but they're each one you only have to hit once. It's a one-hit kill game.
Ruby, make sure to go back to the right scene.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't realize. My bad. Thank you.
Nope, you're totally fine.
You're back. Okay, we're good.
Hello. Yes, this is Titan Souls. It's great. It's basically 2D pixel art Shadow is the way that people pitched it to me, and I went, wait, yes, go on. So it's great. This first boss is the bane of my existence. This is Rubiehart. This is one really, really big RNG heavy boss, unlike a lot of the others in this game, which you can have a definite set path to. Basically, I'm trying to break this.
That was beautiful. Oh my god, I think that's the most beautiful Rubiehart I've seen from you in months.
I'm sorry, that is
so it happened so quick, maybe you didn't notice, but you have to basically keep hitting the piece of sludge with the heart in it until the heart no longer has sludge, and then one arrow to the heart.
Yep, and the more sludges there are, the more there are bouncing around to try and kill you, and the smaller they are, the faster they get. So you want to break as few of them as possible, but it can be very hard to avoid them. This one is great. You just shoot, You pull back the arrow, done. That's the main mechanic of the entire game, is like you roll, you dash, you shoot arrows, you pull back arrows. Now, I will say one thing that's really important in the speed run is that you do a lot of like switching between the analog stick and the arrow shots, just depending on the particular movement and the particular arrow shots. Some of them use a lot more analog sticks, some of them don't, but it helps you line up a lot of the really, really specific movements in some sections. Like right now I'm using analog, but I'll be switching to D-pad pretty soon here, most likely.
Yes, so that was iCube. Pretty straightforward name. This is Brain Freeze. So this one, again, very, very quick. You probably didn't even notice, but you need to get the monster on the correct spot to turn on flame. Arrow through the flame allows you to break it open and destroy them. But again, it's so quick you probably didn't see any of that.
It's funny, Shadow, a lot of the fights are between like 30 seconds and 2 minutes. In this game, a majority of the fights are going to be like 10 seconds or less. Although there are some that are like a minute.
Yeah, well, this one is even stranger because you just kind of leave your arrow in the boss fight, and you leave the boss fight, and then you just draw your arrow back and kill them. So you avoid everything about this whole fight. And
you activate the pulling the soul cutscene at the same time as the opening of the door, so they're happening simultaneously, which is really nice. It's really nice. Okay, we're headed towards the forest. I nickname all the areas in this game after Legend of Zelda areas because there is a very distinct Lost Woods that has Lost Woods mechanics. There is a very distinct mountain volcano section, so Death Mountain, and then there is a very distinct like frozen watery domain, so Zora's Domain. And then there's one boss in this that is exactly like Hydrus that we saw last game. My split is literally called Hydrus. I was gonna say, I don't know if we have anyone here who is reading any kind of announcements or donations. If there are, this is a great time for that. If not, I'm happy to just keep going with commentary. So I don't see anyone in this chat for it, so I think we just keep going.
I don't see anyone.
We'll just keep going.
Yeah, but hey, donate. Okay, so we are headed to Spore. This is another one much like iCube that basically we're just going to shoot the arrow into the arena, make sure we're in the right placement, pull it at the right time, and the boss will basically insta-die. There you go. Done.
There you go. Nothing to it.
Nothing to it. Done. Immediately dead. And now we move on to Vine Thesis. And fun fact, quite a few of these bosses, Titan Souls came out well before Death's Door was ever released. If you are a Death's Door fan, you may notice that quite a few of the bosses that appear in this game may look familiar because they do appear in Death's Door. So it is canonically accurate to say that these games do take place in the same universe. So yeah.
If you've played Death's Door, this one is going to look very familiar. It is very similar to the first boss that you face in Death's Door, which I got the pleasure to play a few months ago, and I was very happy. It was a very, very good game. If you have not played it,
had fun with it. That one,
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, so that fight is actually really fun. So basically, the first bit, you're just running along the wall to basically stay just out of range of the spiky metal vines. Then once you actually open up the pod and have access to the base of Vine Thesis and can hit the weak spot, you can actually do a D-pad shot just straight up as long as you're like close enough and in the right position. And with that D-pad shot, immediately kill the boss, even though it doesn't look like it should quite line up just with how the hitboxes are set up. It's really cool. We are now headed to Hyrule Castle, a little castle section. Listen, are you gonna look at this game and tell me I'm wrong? Like,
no, I'm not. I've never heard you call it that before. I haven't been able to watch a lot of your runs, so I didn't know you called it Hyrule Castle, and I think that's amazing.
But it is, though.
It is. It absolutely is. I just haven't heard you say it before, so it just caught me.
Got it. This boss is rude. That's the main thing you need to know. This is Lord Elhanan, so basically, or Knight Elhanan. I'm gonna go ahead. I shot that arrow with an upright shot. I'm going for a specific spot on this wall. As soon as his feet hit the ground, I'm trying to line up because you have to quickly hit that arrow in order for his armor to go down for just a few brief seconds, but that was a really, really, really good Elhanan.
Yes.
Wow.
And
okay.
the first time that Ruby played this game, because I was there with them when they played this game the first time.
We played
that
it casually, fully
fight,
figuring out the puzzles together. Yeah.
that fight was the biggest pain that I think. Second biggest. There's one where we actually had to look up the speedrun strat in order to figure it out because it is somehow easier to do the speedrun strat for Soul than it is to do just casual for Soul.
That is the second to last boss in this game, so we will tell more about that story in just a little bit.
This one's called Avarice, which will also be a very big Death's Door thing for anyone who's played.
You basically just you figure out the timing, you dodge coin, you dodge stomp. Once he flips, then you shoot an arrow. So you basically just get a rhythm for the timing of how many times he stomps and count it down. It's pretty simple for Avarice. And one thing we utilize a ton in this run is quitting to menu and going back to previous checkpoints just so we don't have to do nearly as much running around the overworld map. So you'll see me do that a bunch.
Yes, and that's why you're going just a little bit out of the way to hit those glowy trigger sigils in order to trigger the checkpoint so that you can
others like that
go
one
back
that
to
I
it. Yeah,
dodge, exactly, so that I can go back to those.
I was about to mention, you'll notice that they're dodging that one completely.
Great.
Now that one, once again, not knowing what happened, you have no idea. The weak point is on the back of the mask. And so you shoot behind it and then draw the arrow back to you in order to kill it.
Oh, we haven't mentioned like the most important mechanic in this game. This is often compared to like Dark Souls because these bosses, I'm making them look really easy right now. They are
they're difficult. They really are.
You have one hit point and so do they, but a lot of them have additional levels of defenses that you have to get around, and the timings on this game are insanely fast. I've had to reset a few, but like I realized I'm doing really well, and weirdly in a speed run, if someone is doing really well at Titan Souls, you don't understand just how hard it is actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I said, the fights end up being so fast you don't even know what's happening.
Yeah.
Ruby is absolutely making this look like child's play. The boss that they are going to currently, which I believe is called the Elder, if I'm not mistaken, or the Ancient or something like that.
I call it the Elder or the Tower. PDO just calls it the Freebie, but I don't remember the exact name.
I don't. It's the Elder. Okay. This is actually the only easy boss because it doesn't fight you at all. It just sits there and talks to you and tells you lore things, which we're not mentioning right now. We're just letting it exist. It
should be mentioned that it says different things depending on if you're playing your first time or if you're playing with Truth activated, and we'll talk about that when we get to it as well.
But yeah, essentially, Elder just kind of speaks to you as you're climbing, and then you get up to the eye and you shoot it. It's a very, very simple boss. It's the only one that is actually easy in this entire run.
Yeah, and we are now headed to Death Mountain. We are headed to the lava section that has 3 bosses in it. So we have
and they are all related, or at least they all have the same name. They have the same last name.
What, lava?
Goldquane, Rollquane, and Mole. If I pronounce that correct, I don't know how to pronounce it.
That's right.
Molequane, yes.
Yeah, Rollquane, Molequane, and
Goldquane.
thank you. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm
See,
trying my best.
I have different names for them, but I feel like I should explain what the names are whenever they show up
For
instead of
marathon
saying
safety, we are gonna grab this checkpoint because otherwise we would, if I die on this one, we would go all the way back to the previous section, and I don't want to do that. All right, here we go. So lava ball, or Mulquane.
I call her Mrs. Pac-Man.
I love it. So we shoot Mrs. Pac-Man's bow. That's how you do it. So in actuality, basically, you want to make sure she has this boulder inside of her, and if you shoot her with an arrow, you can like pull her around to different areas. That's the way you like casually do it, is like getting her to shoot out the lava ball towards you, or the basic ball, and then getting her to run into it so you can shoot the crystal inside. But by getting her close to that wall, getting her to bounce straight back, and then getting it to basically bounce directly off the wall onto her, it helps. Okay, this one. Here we go.
This is Golquane here.
I just call him Mace.
Yay! Okay. That was so
I have
fast.
I have very simple names for these ones, I'll be honest.
That's another one where the weak point is behind them and you have to use the pull mechanic.
Yeah, there's like a teeny tiny little box window for that weak spot. All right, this next one, I'm about to sing Chandelier by Sia. Don't worry about it. We'll explain after, but I swear it's going to sound insane. It is a speedrun strat.
And that is why I call this one Chandelier. I don't know their actual names, I'll be completely honest.
1, 2, 3, drink. Dang it! 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, come on. I can do this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. I need to keep on the rhythm because I think I was a little too fast. Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Okay. Do one of y'all want to try and explain this while I continue to throw myself at Chandelier? Because
Dave, do you want to explain it? Because I do not run this game, so I can't.
I do. I have not figured this one out yet myself. So yeah, but again, you see the eye. The eye is the weak point.
Yes,
and
there it was.
Trying to get the timing right so that
Basically, what you're doing is you're waiting for it to roll towards you, and you're turning back around to point your arrow at it right before it hits you, which is why that timing is so important.
Actually, so it's even weirdly more complicated and simpler than that simultaneously. So it turns out that when the arrow is moving slower, it has more of a chance to hit a faster target because it's occupying the space for longer. So what you can actually do, this was a weird thing that Goliath taught me, who is an amazing speedrunner of this game. So basically, if you, for that roll, bounce the arrow off the wall, so it's like once you get the arrow back, then you point downwards and just bounce the arrow off the wall, then towards the boss. And it deflects off the wall at a slower rate and hits the eye a lot more consistently. It's wild.
And my internet decided to take a little time off for Christmas, but it is back. So
Welcome back.
Oh no.
All right, we're headed towards Hydrus. Onyxia.
What? No.
Onyxia. What?
No, what?
The joke is, it looks exactly like Hydrus from the last game that I played. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically, what I'm doing here is quickly shooting the arrow up and right, trying to get Onyxia on the right alignment, pulling the arrow, and it should hit the tail. There we go. And then once I pull it from here, I can die on the tail and death warp back to the previous checkpoint to get closer to the next boss. So that was a beautiful Onyxia, actually.
all right, and now, oh, is this? Yes, it is. It is the Christmas boss. It is the Bumble.
Good old Betty.
The Bumble does bounce, although what Yukon Cornelius never told you is that the Yukon's that the Bumble's weak point is it's behind. So
It's
you hit it
the
in the
butt.
behind, and you hit it in the butt, and it can't bounce anymore.
Yeah. If you're ever wondering with
Oh.
Yeti, just shoot it in the butt. That's the answer. All right, we're headed towards Stratus next. This one, it's very funny. It weirdly is a pretty simple boss, but it gives me consistent trouble just because I mess it up on the regular. So basically what you do with this one is roll like right along the front of it. And if you do a like left shot with the D-pad fast enough, after rolling to the side, you can get it to automatically get the arrow to process into its weak spot. I missed that timing because it is very fast, but I missed the like ice laser. So I didn't die, and that's what matters. Okay, we are officially headed towards final 3 bosses of this game, and then we're transitioning to the next one, which is the longest out of the 4 that I'm going to be playing today. Shadow, we were playing Boss Rush, which is like the fastest way to play. It usually takes about like 40 to 55 minutes. This game is usually like a 20 to 25 minute run for me. Pathless is more like 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, I would say. And then Solar Ash is like an hour and a half, something like that. So we're headed towards the longer games in the gauntlet, but that have really beautiful environments. So like, stick around for them. You will enjoy it if you already are enjoying the art and environments in these games so far.
The game before Titan Souls Reckon issue was Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes. So this gauntlet is Shadow of the Colossus, which we just did. Titan Souls, this one that we're headed to the final 3 bosses of. And then after this will be the Pathless by Giant Squid. If you weren't familiar, they also made Abzu. And a lot of the people in that studio came from that game company that made Flower, Flow, and Journey. So amazing, beautiful art games. And the Pathless feels like everything I love about Shadow and the final game in the gauntlet today, Solar Ash, kind of combined. So I tried to transition them and put them in an order based on like which ones thematically and visually connected best. I think I did a pretty good job of that, and you'll see the connections as we go forward, and kind of transition from one game to the next. And if anyone in chat has questions about these runs or these games or any of us, like, please feel free to ask them. This one is the bane of my existence anyway.
Oh no.
Unless I get it first try. Great, cool.
Oh.
You might be wondering what happened there. Good question. You basically roll onto one of the buttons and then
roll onto the other button.
Light goes through your head, and then suddenly the boss is dead. After you shoot into the little window, then you pull the soul as you're at the top of that staircase. Get this weird, funny glitch where you kind of T-pose for a minute, quit out to the menu because it's faster than watching this cutscene, and then we're going into Soul. Titaness, I'm gonna let you tell the story about this one and explain this fight.
Okay, so Soul essentially is just a redone image of yourself, and will steal your arrow, which Lord Elhanan also does. This fight is so weird because you have to hit Soul in the actual physical body. I believe it's the physical body, if I'm not mistaken.
Within one of the like split seconds that the body separates from the soul itself.
So when
not again.
As you can see, that timing is super, super tight. As we were playing, well, as Ruby was playing this casually and I was watching and being the peanut gallery, this fight, I want to say we sat there for 20 minutes or so trying to figure the fight out.
There we go. Okay, I got the body. Okay, cool. So we skip the final cutscene so we don't have to watch the credits the first time, because technically we have now finished the any percent of the game. But now that I have finished all the bosses, you don't technically have to kill every single boss that I had up to this point. But since we have killed all the bosses up to this point, we now unlock the final boss, Truth. If you're wondering with those names why we see the translations of like brain freeze, etc., normally you don't. I just have it activated so we could see the titles here. And once you get the Truth fight unlocked, then everything is translated the next time you play if you select that Truth setting. So I shot that eye as the first phase. This is also the only like 3-dimensional fight, which is really interesting to me. I messed up the timing. I messed it up. I messed it up. That's on me. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, now I can properly explain this fight. So, final boss fights, as you know, are usually broken into multiple phases. For Truth, that is very much also the case. So the first thing that we do is usually these two circles separate and roll different directions, but by staying by this north wall, we do the north wall skip essentially and manipulate it so that one eye just always stays towards the top. So as long as you can dodge, you're fine. Oh, and here's the eye. The second phase is just getting that eye as it comes out of one of those windows. Usually I get that timing a lot more consistently. Then it's going to turn into a weird eye spider. Sorry for anyone, sorry Nyx, with arachnophobia. I'm gonna shoot these final 2 little mouths, and then just like that, the boss is dead, and we are going to pause between games. Okay, that's all of Titan Souls. We're not going to watch the end credits because they take too long. Pathless, game number 3.
Oh, and okay, PDO. Yeah, I didn't know if that was I had my internet paused, so I thought that was what they were explaining at that point. But yes.
Cool. Okay, cool. Can you all hear the game? Does it seem okay?
Let me see.
Okay. I think I see the level, so I'm gonna go ahead. Okay. Yes, we want to start a new game. Cool. Great. This is the Pathless. I'm gonna read this because it's unskippable. A dark curse shrouds the world. Legends say the curse spread from the ancient isle on the edge of the world where the realm of man and spirits intersect. Many have gone to this isle to stop the curse. None have returned. The darkness grows stronger. The last hunter makes the journey to reclaim the light that has been stolen from the world. So we are that last hunter in this game. This game is gorgeous. If you like Journey, if you like Abzu, if you like Shadow of the Colossus, if you like Solar Ash, this just takes all the best elements from each of them and combines them together. The movement is beautiful. The art, the music by Austin Wintory, like I could sing its praises all day. On top of that, much like the other games, much like Shadow, it ends with an eagle flying into the distance, and you have an eagle friend you can regularly pet. It's great. It's great. So this game, basically, unlike Shadow and Solar Ash and many of the others, where like you are definitely the villain of the story, this one you are specifically working with the gods of this place, who are being corrupted and assassinated by a mortal that's taking their power essentially, because he's like, no, fuck the gods' logic. I want the power. I did it again. I'm sorry. He wants the power of the gods, and regularly works with, you know, all these other people who used to live here. So you won't see them now, but in the actual game you can find all of these other notes scattered across the landscape to hear about the two sides of this war, this conflict between those who worship the gods and those who didn't believe in the gods. So the reason it's called the Pathless, which you'll see in many cutscenes, is because like the gods never had one set path. They never tried to dictate how people lived, because everyone can pursue joy and define victory and failure in their own way. and the God Slayer essentially wanted to get power to define a single one true path that every single person had to walk. And that doesn't seem like a great way for the world to function. So, all right, there you go. That's the path list. All right, hey, y'all, since I know neither of you speedrun this game, and have either of you played this game?
No, not yet. It's on. Everyone has that list.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. But in that case, I'm going to have you all who have never played this and don't know much about it, try and explain a lot of what's happening, because I think that'll be more fun for me. I think it'll be more fun.
That's fine. Yes,
yeah.
We can do it, and I have watched it be played, so I do know good chunks of it, but I have not. The strats themselves are a mystery.
Mm-hmm.
But yes.
Yes, and
so.
Oh, the one thing I was going to say is I see someone say Laura Bay, and yes, the main voice actors for this game are Laura Bailey and Troy Baker, who are legends and icons. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Yes. Okay. So, as you can see, a lot of this game is kind of shooting those targets, which will enable you to move a little bit faster and kind of keep going and power up, essentially. So we are on our way to free the first god, correct?
Yes. So that one that we saw before is the one we're trying to free. So I just refer to her as Eagle Mom. But I don't know what y'all want to call her.
I call her Eagle Mom as well. I've seen you run this game, and I saw a little bit of your first playthrough whenever you first played it.
Okay.
I don't really know much about the story. It's on my backlog. It's one of the games that I really do want to play at some point, and I've seen the speedrun, and I'm like, listen, it's right up my alley with the types of speedruns that I like, so I'm like, maybe I'm gonna speedrun it one day, but I don't know for a fact.
I mean, it's a gorgeous game, so hey, I know that you've learned speedruns after me and from me before. Oh darn, I guess that means
darn,
we
oh
may have
no.
to hang out more so you can learn more speedruns from me. Darn.
Oh gosh, oh darn, more races with my friend, oh no.
Oh no, oh yeah, a bunch of us in just this community in general, this group of friends, we all really love, what am I doing with my light? Oh, no, I am going the right way, okay, cool. Yeah, we like to do a lot of races of the games that we all kind of run together, where we'll often like take recommendations from each other, and then if one of us gets into a run, a lot of us will. So fun fact, all of us here in this call, along with PDO, who is in the chat, speedrun moving, or are gonna try and learn how to speedrun areas of Moving Out 2 together, which I think will be a lot of fun. And then like, I know you all also play Phasmophobia a ton, and a bunch of us used to run that, and like the list goes on.
Yes, but here we go.
I think a big part of learning the same like speedruns as you and other people in the community for me has been mostly like, I want an excuse to just hang out with my friends, and this is a perfect excuse. Because not only
with each other and racing, pretty great way to spend time.
Right? It's like, not only is it just a fun thing to do, but it's also like, hey, you want to do this? You could totally make content out of it if you want to. That'll give us time to hang out, please, and thank you. I love you.
Okay, bye. I love you. Oh no, making content together, but also like hanging out and playing games. Oh no.
Oh no.
Terrible.
So, as you can see, just kind of running around. We need to keep finding all of those. I guess totems would be a good word.
Yeah, like I know that the things in the air. Oh god, what are they called? Talismans?
I believe they're called talismans, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there's different ones too. Like there's certain ones that are just like speed boosts, and then there are other ones that like get you bigger, I believe bigger jumps.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I have not played this game. I do not run this game, so I am not sure. But oh my god, Eagle Mom!
Eagle Mom! Alright, we'll get the split as soon as I've been splitting in the background just to like keep track of how long this gauntlet takes me, because I kind of wanna see if there's any way to add this as a category extension of like, or just like as a fun run that I do on my own sometimes, of just like, maybe it's just a community run thing. Maybe I just have my own little chart for the, you know, Giant Slayer Gauntlet. Since I know so many of us who run at least one, if not multiple, of these games. A big thing in this game is also like not face planting into things like that, like I just did, and trying to keep up your momentum as much as possible. And there are different ways we do that throughout the run. So we'll explain those kind of as we go. One of them is just like constantly shooting talismans, constantly running, trying to take turns as you can and stay low to the ground rather than spending too much time like hanging in the air. Rotating the camera so you can see more talismans and get the auto shot on them is also a really big thing. This part we are going to stop running eventually just because we're going to run out of stamina with how many talismans are close. But fun fact, if you jump into certain cutscenes, it actually goes a little faster than just walking into them because that slows you down and walks you up. It's actually very similar to Shadow in that, like, with the final hit of a Colossus in Shadow, you may have noticed that I was jump stabbing a lot of the bosses because that takes it directly into the final cutscene for that boss rather than basically taking the final stab into slow motion. All right, one of you all talk. I'm tired.
So here is. Go ahead, Nick.
Here's
Troy
our
Baker.
first introduction to Troy Baker in this game. Which, if you don't know who Troy Baker is, first of all, how? Easiest one to point out for Troy Baker is Joel from The Last of Us. Easily one of his most iconic roles and most well known. An amazing voice actor, and Laura Bailey, just an amazing actress, and I cannot wait to see her in Stray Gods whenever I get to play it, because not only does she voice act in it, but she also sings in it, and Laura Bailey has a beautiful voice, if you do not know. I am a little bit slightly in love with Laura Bailey. It's fine.
Laura
Okay.
Bailey is great, and I was actually I recently did a subathon, as in like a few days ago, and
A few days ago.
originally I was gonna have Stray Gods as one of my like overnight games that I recorded so that it could play at night while I was like sleeping, but because I really want to play Stray Gods too. Oh my god, it looks so good. But one of the other games that I was playing was Tunic, and I thought it was going to take like one night's worth of recording time. No, it was 2, and it was a full like 11 and 14 hour night, because Tunic is amazing, and I had to get everything, or not everything, but like
Everything lore-wise.
If you hadn't done True Ending on that, yeah.
it's
But yes, three degrees of separation to Troy Baker is a thing.
absolutely, old man Harley. You are correct. But yes, I don't want to spoil anything about the other games. Now, these 4 games we will spoil the heck out of because you're here for speedruns of this 4-game gauntlet, so we're going to talk about them. This is the adorable part. So technically, this bird doesn't have a name, or just is like the Eagle Mother reincarnated. But a lot of people in the speedrun community have their own nicknames for the bird. So like, for example, Sable Dragon Rook that runs this, her nickname is Pumpkin for the bird. Mine, in a bunch of old D&D campaigns that I used to play, I would nickname all the different like animal pets that people found after Legend of Zelda characters. So this is Saria.
That's where you got the name from. Okay.
Yeah, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Gotcha. We've talked about this before. I haven't been able to actually play Legend of Zelda, like, ever, other than Spirit Tracks of all things. And Lord knows Spirit Tracks is not the game to start with.
Yeah, not really. There are a lot of other more iconic games in the series.
And better ones.
Here's a fun thing. I would love for one of y'all to explain this.
Burb Mom powers give hover powers.
Yes.
Great.
Yep. That's all it was. That's totally exactly what happened. What the heck did I just witness?
You know how I said you can jump into cutscenes to start faster?
Mm-hmm.
You do that.
Is that what you did?
But there's like an invisible wall, so you just end up like weirdly on the invisible wall.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that.
Oh, don't. You were so close. And this is basically just, there are a bunch of different puzzles like this where throughout the game where you'll like get different weights and all sorts of stuff and bring it to different parts of the map for buttons and blah, 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 etc., etc. This is something that you'll see a lot throughout the game, oftentimes working with your burp friend to take these little weights to different areas. But if you try and ask her to do too many things at once or point her in a weird direction, sometimes she can get very confused. So a lot of those puzzles are just trying to make sure that she is taking things in the right direction, and understanding the commands that I'm giving her. So
She's a lot like Trico in that regard.
Very much so. Very much so. That was pretty clean.
Okay. Yes.
Remind me, isn't there some form of mask or something that you wear that opens those, if I'm not mistaken? Okay.
And in fact, if you noticed that I, like the camera weirdly got like, is switched to that kind of coloring, that's when I'm using the mask. But because it makes you move slower, you use it, like quickly put it on and take it off as fast as possible, because then you can walk through the wall and then otherwise not lose momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
so,
and the mask is that thing you see that looks like a headband right now. You just kind of lower it down.
Yes.
Exactly. It's a little visor almost.
There was a cutscene where they found it, but yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying
Probably
to
should have
remember
gone over
more.
that at that point, but you know, hey, we're getting through. Another weight puzzle.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And
okay.
we are now headed into the first actual area. And if you were wondering, hey, where's a really epic sweeping Austin Wintry track to kick off this game? Well, audience, you are in luck.
Also, this eagle is super strong.
Well, yeah,
She's carrying around. She's carrying around a person that is easily 3 times her weight.
Yes. Because Eagle Mom is amazing.
Eagle Mom's amazing. I'm gonna call her Angie.
Ooh, I like that.
I don't know why.
For
It's
reasons
just-
that aren't biased, I love Angie.
Yes.
Oh, you have a D&D character named Angie, don't you?
Yes. So remember
Okay.
that. So I am a huge. These two know this about me, but you, audience, do not. So I am a huge gamer of many kinds. So like I'm a D&D nerd, tabletop nerd, video game nerd, board game nerd, and so the Axe D&D Belbarian that I played, that I told you stories about, like favorite D&D character of mine, that was Angie.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so of course when you
I just
say
remembered-
Angie, I immediately get excited, and now her name is Angie forever.
I just remembered that you had a character named Angie. I was just like, I don't know why. I feel like Angie's the right name.
Well, it is now. That's her name now. I did. This isn't up for debate.
Good old Angie.
See, and with the whole it being able to carry you in the weight ratios, I went to wondering whether it was an African or a European swallow. But you know, that's my thing.
Did you get yeeted off a bridge yet for asking that question?
Not yet, but just wait. It'll happen, I'm sure.
Heads up, eventually I'm going to get stopped and there's going to be a cutscene that plays. Okay, cool. So this is unavoidable, but we are getting introduced to the first boss of this area, which is the first tall one, or god, that has been corrupted by the God Slayer. So, yeah. Also, fun fact, there are... Oh god. Okay, so there's the, 4 or 5 bosses? So there's Ceranos.
Yes.
Oh god, Ceranos, Sauro, Nimue, Kumo, and then the God Slayer himself.
Yes, but this is Rudolph.
This is
Rudolph.
It's
Rudolph
Christmas
with your nose
Eve.
so bright.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. But oh god, what was I gonna say? Words. Something about bosses.
The 4 bosses and the God Slayer, the final boss. The 4 gods and then the God Slayer.
Yes, and something else about them, and I don't remember what. Crap. It's fine. I'm sure.
We got a little while for it to come back to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hon. I don't know.
No, it's okay. Oh no, no. Where? Okay, all right, bring the weight back here.
Bird.
Oh, that was almost so slick, and then it wasn't. That was unfortunate. Hi, babe. Let's do that one more time. So one thing, you'll notice there are sometimes where I try and stand really close to ledges, and I just fell off there, unfortunately. But that's because it confuses the bird's AI way less if you're trying to ask her, "Hey, come up to the top of this building." All right, I'm about to do something really difficult, so I'm trying to do precision shots all the way across this chasm. Which actually, so far, I'm getting. Oh my god, I got it. Okay, so that is actually really hard. So precision shots are one of the most difficult things to do in this game. So if you notice that whenever I'm shooting one of those talismans, sometimes it'll fill up the bar to like halfway and blink. That is the most efficient way to shoot those, but it is really tight timing. So I'm also going to try and do as many of those as possible in the boss fights because it slows down time and it makes the boss fights easier. It's weird. It's great. It's weird. Okay, cool. There's number 1. Where am I headed next? I'm headed towards the arena, right? Where? Oh, you are right on top of where I need to be. The bosses regularly like to do this with their ball of death. All right, I'm going to let y'all explain this for a minute. What does the ball of death do?
It corrupts the bird?
Yes.
Question mark? Was I actually correct?
You actually are correct. If you get stuck in there, it does corrupt the bird, and it makes you pet the bird, which takes time.
Because I know that,
But
like, in
you do
certain...
get to pet the bird, so that is there's pluses and minuses.
That's true,
Yeah.
but in a speed run, you don't want to pet the bird.
Yeah,
Because I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, there's certain towers and things that have that corruption there, and you can't really use her for anything other than like a few very minor puzzles. Like she can't carry you around and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you finish said puzzles, instead of petting her, you usually just quit out and then come back.
Yes.
So you can avoid petting her, but it still resets her like power.
Exactly. And
Okay.
on top of that, sometimes the ball of death is the other big RNG thing in this overall boss slayer gauntlet, slash boss cleansing gauntlet. Just because the ball will randomly teleport to different parts of the map. And if you end up in that, then everything that Nick said comes to fruition. The boss starts to hunt you, the bird gets separated from you, you have to do this whole thing to get out and either get attacked by the boss or try and hide from them. It's a lot. It's a whole thing. No thank you.
I'm remembering a lot more about this game than I thought I would.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. All right, here's another puzzle.
It is simply the wisdom of Angie.
So Angie's getting that for me right now. It's very hard to get that placement exact, but I try. Oh, don't stop it. All right, cool. There we go. There's a tower down. We've got one more to go to, and you'll probably see the emblems. I've got like the symbols for them on the bottom of the screen. So
Yes.
what's the timer at right now, by the way?
1:31:53.
That feels fake. What?
I don't know. I mean, we started very close to 7, and it's 8:38 currently.
Yeah. That's great. Okay, here we go.
But 2 of the longest speedruns were towards the end, too, so...
Fair. So we'll probably still be right under that 6-hour estimate with Pathless and Solar Ash. Okay, cool. So let's see. Where am I going next? Oh god. Hang on. Give me a sec. Aha! That's right. I'm just headed straight over to that other tower because I already have the emblem for it.
Old Man Harley in chat said the faster you go, the faster you can go back to sleep.
Yes!
Exactly our point.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Sometimes the best way to do this is to fall to the ground so that it saves your point as being right there and then quitting out to the menu, because that will get the death ball to spawn somewhere else. So if you've noticed I've done that quite a few times, that is why. Oh. Don't do this. Do you see what this... Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
Bird flapping. Come on.
No, it's not bird flapping that's the problem. There's a ball of death on the tower.
Oh, there is. Oh, okay.
There is a ball of death. No, you're good. It's just a ball of death.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, heck. Oh my god.
Why? Why is Ceranos so obsessed with me? I hate it. This is fine.
He heard about how cool your speedruns are.
I mean, okay. Also, I'm trying to remember. I know that, like, one of the bosses is femme, 2 of them are mask, 1 of them is canonically non-binary. I can't remember what the pronouns are. I can't remember if it's Nimue or Ceranos who is the non-binary boss.
I think it's Nimue, if I'm remembering correct. I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, actually, if we can look that up super fast, that would be amazing. Can you stop, Ceranos? Stop! I hate it. All right, here we go. So there is a way with the precision shots to get all the way over that chasm and not do all this extra stuff that I'm doing right now, but I did miss it because that is one of the hardest chasms to get over in the entire game. It's fine. There we go.
There we go. Now this will unlock the actual boss fight.
Someone just said Calamity Ganon being a troll.
Fair.
Yes, correct. Oh, God. I feel like if you speedran Breath of the Wild, it would also fit in this gauntlet. Because you're basically just doing a boss rush, you know?
Yeah. And here is Rudolph.
Rudolph the red-eyed dinosaur.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I don't know. All right, here we go. So there are certain places you can jump into these balls of death once the fight actually activates that will put you closer to the boss. I stink at getting in the right positions, so we're gonna see how this goes. I'm trying to use like the lines of light to kind of give me an approximate positioning. Okay, that actually put me closer behind than I was expecting, so I'll take it. It's not right next to you. You can end up directly next to the boss, which is really nice when you can. But I am a newer speedrunner to this game, so I try to be kinder with myself when it comes to this one, especially since these running phases are very difficult. So
and yes,
yeah.
trying to hit the little totems to speed yourself up so you can catch up. And once you get close enough, you will see it highlights a weak point on Rudolph here, and you're then able to take out one of the eyes.
So
and that's one side.
I looked it up. The characters, Nimue is she, her. Kumo is he, him. Sauro is he, they. And Ceranos is they, them.
That's awesome. Hey, complete side note, trans rights are human rights. What?
What?
Yes. All right,
so
we're trying to
notice,
get caught up to the left side here, because that is where the eyes are still there.
Yeah, and right now, you'll notice that I'm trying to hit all of these talismans with that like half shot, that precision shot that I was mentioning earlier, because that technically slows down time for the boss, but not for me, which means that I get caught up to the boss faster. So they are hard shots to hit, but I'm trying to focus on hitting as many as I possibly can to get caught up just a little bit faster.
Okay, and there's the one. Should be, there we go.
And that's phase one. Each of these fights usually has 3 major phases. So there will be the chasing phase and then 2 sets of the fighting phase. Some of them have a little bit more detail, but yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at here. So. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna let y'all explain this fight while I do it. So have fun with that.
You are asking too much.
So the much smaller space on this one, and now we're looking at these fire jumps, and you still got the 3. You got to retake those out on each side. Hopefully, yep. Go with the halves. And just, you know, this is much more Dark Soulsy of a phase than the first one, but it is still same basic concept, just a straight on fight instead of a race. And there's 2 out of the 6. Well, 3 out of the 6, I believe. Yes, 3 out of 6. 2 on that side. There we go.
Ceranos is just not a happy bean right now. They're not happy that you're poking them with arrows.
And giving you a little bit of Celosia swipe.
Yeah, I'm not doing great with this phase right now. This is one that, like, there are ways to optimize it. I'm just not great at them yet. So again, it's a lot of those, like, getting the half shots as much as is humanly possible.
But as we said, he is upset. He's upset that he is not joining in the reindeer games.
There we go.
Hey.
All right, now the big eye,
phase 2.
and
There we
phase
go.
2 is
Perfect.
done.
All right, Rudolph, come on.
Come on.
And now Rudolph goes berserk mode.
And now Rudolph gets a flamethrower.
Rudolph gets a flamethrower?
Well, he there. See, right there. There.
I mean, you're not wrong, but that was a good that was a good way to describe it.
So in this one, yep, we are waiting to hit that. When we do that, we can hit the eye, and then
Cool. And this is the end of the fight right here.
Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash is playing in my head right now.
Okay, that is Ceranos. So boss number 1 of Pathless is down. And we're about to see what Ceranos' true form is, and they're really, really cute. Like,
I have to say my favorite purified design has to be Nimue.
Nimue is very cute.
I love snakes.
This one is an elk. Yeah, look at this baby.
So many points to those antlers, and it's amazing.
They're so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a beautiful game. I really hope that y'all who are hanging out, if you haven't seen this before, are enjoying it. And then we get these beautiful cutscenes at the end of every area before we transition, go to the next section. And then this one and Solar Ash actually follow a very similar structure of like, you are purifying certain things. So like solving puzzles, traversing the map, and then doing that traversal then unlocks the boss fight and you do the big epic traversal fight. So the first two games were a lot more like physics manip, really big, you're right in their face, and it's just boss fights. This one has a lot more map traversal first before you get into the fights themselves. So you get a little bit more of a journey here.
Well, to be true, if it was any percent Shadow, there is a lot of traversal there.
Yeah.
That's true.
Absolutely, but I realized that I'm going to say full disclosure, I miscalculated the time that I would need if I did any percent Shadow versus like boss rush Shadow. So I thought that I had calculated it correctly, but we actually would have needed like 7-hour estimate if we were doing any percent Shadow. So boss rush was the perfect length. All right, so for this, there are these big like wind tunnel tornadoes that will show up on the map once you finish a boss. So I'm basically just making my way towards that right now. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
The big
Just
blue tornado.
And trying to get there as fast as you can using those precision shots to keep speeded up and just zooming right along.
And that should get me right perfect. Oh my god, look at that.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is looking really clean, actually. I will say the Pathless is definitely not my strongest out of all the runs, but considering how rusty I am on Shadow and things like that, this is not going that bad.
I mean, Pathless is one of your newer speedruns. Like, I think you just started speedrunning it maybe like 6 months ago at the earliest,
Yeah,
if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, and to everyone in the audience, like, keep in mind that if it was 6 months of me, like, dedicating all my time to it, it would be a very different story. But this is 6 months of me, like, very occasionally running it while also learning a bunch of other runs because there are about 15 million runs I want to learn. So I just keep adding them to my goblin horde. It's fine. All right, and here's the introduction to the next boss.
That's an interesting thought experiment. If you were a dragon, what would you hoard? For Ruby, the answer is speedruns.
Apparently.
Yes.
And I didn't think that was going to be the case at the beginning. It definitely became the case later.
Now we have our wonderful he-they.
Yep.
Sorrow the dinosaur.
The dinosaur.
The giraffe! I know he's a dinosaur, but he's also a giraffe.
Got a long neck.
Very long neck. They have a V long neck. That's the only point. Okay, hello. So we're gonna do some more puzzles. Some of them function similarly to this one, where I basically just put the mask on, quickly use it to light a torch. I'm gonna grab a weight and then move things on in here. So one thing to keep in mind is that all the previous areas, we only needed one emblem, one puzzle solved for every tower to get cleansed. But from here on out, for the rest of the game, we are going to need 2. So I'm going to be solving a lot more puzzles here moving forward, and just try and keep it at as steady a clip as I can. Next place we're headed is up to this puzzle right on the top of the hill, and then over to that tower that you see in the distance. Or at least I think, wait, hang on. Yes, that is where, well, it's not quite where I'm heading, but it's close-ish.
Oh no, ball of death.
Ball of death. All right, hang on.
The ball of death RNG is definitely the one thing that makes this game way longer.
Yeah, especially if you get really, really bad RNG. And unfortunately, this seems like one of those days where Sauro just does not, or just in general, the gods don't want to be kind to me. One really nice thing is charging multiple flips does take you some time to recharge. But when it comes to, when it comes to, oh my god, please. I know how to shoot, I swear. When it comes to just charging a single one, the moment your feet touch the ground, you will at least recharge that first shot or that first flap. So fun fact, if you want to short rehearse this game a little faster and you need at least one flap, just quickly tap the ground and then you're good to go again, at least for one little bit of height. Yeah, we're
very similar to Journey in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because a lot of the people from this studio also worked with that game company and worked on Journey, like, it does make a lot of sense that they wanted this game to feel epic and feel like a folktale, but they also wanted it to be more about the art and the puzzle solving than about dying over and over again. All right. Hello, come on. Oh, whoops. Okay, got another talisman there. So there are like 4 that I collect here, and then I just kind of go to a bunch of towers. So forgive me if I'm not saying the exact trajectory very well. I'm still learning a lot of these things, keep in mind, and often what I go by as far as trajectory is finishing the puzzle and then looking for my next landmark in the visual landscape. Because fun fact, part of the fun of the Pathless is there is no map. That map you saw at the very beginning is the only map that exists. There is no like functional map otherwise that you can just pause and go to. So it's a lot of Pathless, even though the point of the lore is that there is no set path, is to memorize pathing. So that's a funny thing. Don't do this. Don't. That's just rude. Yeah, no map makes sense for a game called The Pathless. I know. Okay, cool. Basically, there's more to that puzzle, but with a like really weird angle arrow shot, you can actually do it with as few as like 2 or 3 arrow shots total to get that flame to the right place.
Yes. And now we are heading towards getting another one.
Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. Do I need to go more this way? Thought I had enough. Am I not? Hang on. Hang on a second. I thought I had enough to. This is usually the way I go, isn't it? Am I going crazy? Did I go to the wrong place? I might be. Hang on. Hang on a second. Is it that one? It is that one. Wait, hang on. 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 I don't. I'm a little ashamed. I'm not gonna lie. Have I mentioned that part of the pathless pathing, or half of the pathless speedrun is just learning the pathing? Yeah, this is totally where I was supposed to be before. Okay.
Also, keep in mind, once again, we're all exhausted.
Merry Christmas!
We are not at full functionality currently, so apologies.
Happy holidays! We're doing great over here. It's fine. Okay, Satro, let's do it.
You gotta hit the Eye of Sorrow. Am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. So let's.
Listen, I just recently watched those movies, okay? All of this is fresh in my brain.
Wait, like Lord of the Rings?
Yes, I just recently watched the
Lord of the
trilogy.
Rings?
We had this conversation that I had never seen it before.
I completely forgot about that conversation, and I'm so glad you did. Did you enjoy them?
I did enjoy them. I haven't watched the Hobbit series yet, though. That is the next on the list. My D&D friends are making me watch them.
You don't need to. You don't need to. It's really fun.
Yeah, but they want me to watch it so I can understand everything.
You understand enough.
You understand enough.
Honestly, read The Hobbit. Like Lord of the Rings, watch the movies. Hobbit, just read it. Where am I going? Why would you do this weather? It's my tree. It's my tree. That's right. Okay, so this is what I mean by landmarks. Sometimes I get to a tower and go, great, where am I going next? What am I doing next? And lose track of everything in my life. But this tree has another talisman in it, or another emblem in it. So this is going to be the next place I'm headed to. And I'm going to try and hit a few of these talismans in the air as I go, just so I can end up slightly higher on the tree if possible. And it looks like I did, which is great. So hopefully I can get to the top of this as quickly as possible. Get that.
Pretty good.
Yeah. From here, my next kind of landmark that I look for is that big lizard, and I go to the right of it for this next puzzle and tower over here, which should be the end of this area, basically. I've got one more puzzle right on the top of this hill, and then from there, it's just tower boss fight, and we move forward.
I feel like that very well explains the entirety of this game. Just tower boss fight, and then we move on.
Yes, you were correct. You were not wrong. So here's that final puzzle. This is another one that's just about like weight movement.
All of death, please go away.
God.
Yep.
The ball of death is just not cooperating today.
It's really not cooperating today. The RNG really is being rude.
A butt. You can just say it's being a butt.
It's being a butt. You are correct. All right. I usually wait a second just so she doesn't get caught on any of this metal right here. And then I'll have Angie drop the weight. From there, I just go to the very back of this, shoot, and we're done. I now have all of the emblems for this area, and I can just go to the final two towers.
So yes, get the two towers. You can see down in the bottom of the screen, the 4 totems, 2 per tower, so we can cleanse our dinosaur buddy.
Sometimes a puzzle is climbing a tree.
Listen, sometimes it is.
Oh my god, yes, sometimes climbing a tree is a puzzle. All right, and then there's the final one. So now I'm just hoping that she doesn't, or I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm hoping that they don't teleport over this way while I am flying to this final tower, basically. So they, thank God, have finally seemed to give me a little bit of mercy here, so that's good. Love that.
We got a question that said there's no fall damage, right? Holy crap. Said there's no fall damage, right? And if I'm not mistaken, there isn't fall damage in this game, correct?
You can get stun locked if you fall from too high, so you still don't want to fall directly to the ground from a really high height necessarily for the run, but you don't take any kind of fall damage or anything like that. You also technically can't die in this game. Basically, in the boss fights, if you mess up a phase, it will like eject you from the fight and completely restart that phase. And there's one boss that's coming up pretty soon, so it'll be Nimue once we get there in the next section, who is a Hydra with multiple heads, and we're about to go into the Sauro fight. Yay! But in the Nimue fight, if you mess up even like a single little bit of a phase, she'll regrow a head. So hitting a lot of these phases is really important, even if it doesn't necessarily kill you, because you don't want to lose all that time for a cycle that basically is the same amount of lost time as death. All right, I'm gonna let y'all talk about this while I chase this boy.
Yes. So again, phase 1 is the need for speed phase, where you are going to be hunting them down and taking out the side sigils, the little eyeballs on the side. Sorrow here only has 2 as opposed to 3, so hopefully won't be take a little less time than it did for the previous boss. But we are again not seem to be a little further away right now than we were to start. Although it is turning the corner.
Giant ball of death.
So yes, we are now in the well, okay. That was a planned strat. If you bonk that, it makes the RNG happier with you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 100% planned. That was totally intentional. Couldn't you tell by that scream of excitement?
Yeah, totally. That's what that was.
So here we go. A couple more little symbols to get close enough. Hopefully, come on.
Yeah, also the second phase of the Sorrow Chase is really, really difficult. Just because, well, you know what? You'll see. You'll see in a minute. It's just basically a fireball that then detonates and launches when it's close to you after 2 seconds. It's awful, and I hate it.
All right, you're getting that was once we get close enough. That was pretty good to get. I think you got 3 of the 4 there.
I think there's only 2.
There's 2 on each side for
2
this
on each side.
particular
Oh,
one.
okay.
A lot of them have 3 on each side, but this one's a little different.
I did not see additional ones on the sides. I only saw 1, so
I got
was...
1 on each side, which is a little awkward, but like I'll make it work. And this is the attack I'm talking about. That fireball that he sends backwards. Yeah.
But yes, with a little assistance from your burb, you can avoid the shock wave.
The only
I guess
thing
you would
that,
call it.
The only thing that sucks about it though is that you move slower with the bird.
Yeah, it
So holding on to her for too long is not ideal.
The ideal is not even worrying about. The ideal is not even having to glide with the bird and just jumping over the radius, but it can be hard to do that sometimes. You know, these sequences are a lot.
Ooh, whoa.
Can you get the second one at the time? There we go.
Cool. Okay, that's phase 1.
So now he's gonna light 3 little things for you.
Yep. So this one is more of a like platformy boss than a lot of the others once we get into this second section. So which is pretty fun. It's pretty interesting. I'll let y'all explain this one. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yes.
My headset is now starting to hurt on my head, so I'm just gonna like hold it in a weird
That's fine.
way.
So
it's fine.
Again, you've got 2 per side. You're kind of doing that as he is stomping, and you're just going to avoid all of this. Not too bad there. Spinning around. Come on. This one reminds me of a fight against a Super Mario type fight where.
Oh, I was supposed to get up to your head there. Shoot.
Oh. Can we do we have regenerated, got that one more on the other side.
Okay, this is what I actually need, is to glide up and do that. Okay. Oh no! It didn't activate. Shoot. Okay, so every time that I mess up there, it reactivates one of these eyes. Usually I get this first try, and the fact that this is now third is a lot and not great. So usually what happens here is he just starts...
Come on.
shooting fire towards the ground. Oh, come on.
There we go.
Yeah, he's gonna start shooting fire towards the ground. Here we go. Oh my god! What is happening? Sorry, usually this boss doesn't give me nearly this much trouble. I'm not sure what's going on. Are you glitched into the wall? No. Don't. Okay. Maybe I just needed to pull her out from there. Hang on. Ugh, that may have been it. Because the game usually doesn't give me that hard a time with the flight phase. Yeah! It was pushing me down.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I forgot that was a thing. Okay. All right. Next phase. This is the platforming bit.
Cuttlefish Man said, which of these games has the best giant?
Ooh.
And I feel like everyone's gonna have a different feeling.
Yeah, I think I have to say out of all the bosses, Wretched Ray and Solar Ash is the best one. And I love all of these games, don't get me wrong, and there are a lot of amazing bosses in all of them, but yeah, I think Wretched Ray is probably the coolest in my opinion. What about y'all?
That is tough. That is very, very, very tough.
I think while Avion is my favorite of Shadow of the Colossus, I think I would have to give it to Phalanx from Shadow. I think that is one of the coolest fights. It's one of the most amazingly designed, and with Shadow of the Colossus being my favorite game of all time, it feels like I have to give it to something from that game.
No, that's fair.
But
yeah,
like,
and again, I definitely have to give the nod to Shadow because it's just. I think for me, it's a nearly perfect game for me, but that's me.
Mm-hmm.
I think for my favorite, God, that is so hard. I think I'd have to go Celosia. I just love that. I love both ways of doing that fight.
Celosia is great, and again, I love the designs of so many of these bosses in the games, and I love Shadow, but yeah, I think Wretched Ray, just for the beauty of the visuals of the boss, for the way the boss is fought, like...
And the story implications.
And Old Man Harley, sorry. Old Man Harley, you agree with Nyx. Flat Phalanx is the flying serpent.
Yep. I definitely think like each one of them, no matter which game it is or which boss it is, they are all literally amazing in their own right, and none of them should be discounted in my opinion. I think they are all absolutely amazing except for Withered Eye. Screw Withered Eye. I hate that one.
Yeah, no, screw Pyatt. We have a saying. You'll see Pyatt in a little bit, but we're not there quite yet.
Yeah. But I think in general, they all have their designs that are influential and gorgeous and like story driven, and they're all amazing. Again, except for Pyatt. I hate Pyatt so much. But that's a whole thing.
And that's Sauro.
Pretty good. So kind of went through those last two phases pretty quick. The platforming one, as you can see, was just kind of making sure you were able to be hiding behind a rock as the flame came. And then this one was just kind of keeping in the air because the floor was lava. Mm-hmm. And lava is lava. You want to stay away from that.
Yeah. And and Sauro is actually a Komodo dragon.
Sauro is actually Kuramori.
Is actually Kuramori. So we got Rudolph Kuramori. We're headed towards Nimue, and who knows what the nickname will be. Only time will tell.
The only thing I can think of is Viper from Kung Fu Panda.
I've
That's
never
the only thing
seen
that's coming
Kung Fu Panda.
Oh my god, Kung Fu Panda is so good.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Like, I'm assuming you've seen How to Train Your Dragon, right?
Yes, I love that movie.
So, not to the same degree of, like, beauty and, like, excellence that is that movie, but there's so much heart and, like, love that was poured into Kung Fu Panda, and it's also not just like a bunch of fart jokes like, you know, Shrek is.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Shrek is amazing in its own right, but at the same time, it is a lot of fart jokes.
Mm-hmm.
No, I am laughing at Cuttlefishman in chat. Kung Fu Panda is the Hobbit we needed.
Oh my god. All right, here we go. And every area, as you probably noticed, you get a ton of experience, so you can flap an additional time in the air, but we also get power talismans that are going to start showing up around the map. So these give you a lot more stamina, and if you're using them, you don't want to then shoot a regular talisman after until that momentum expires. Because otherwise it'll actually slow you down. So if you notice, I won't hit those until I already lose momentum from the power talisman. I'm trying to make my way towards that big power tornado, but I'm also trying to do it in a way that gets me towards the more powerful talismans faster.
So, question for you.
Yes.
What causes the arrows to, like, fly off in weird directions? Because I've seen it happen a few times, but it feels like, I don't know, it feels like it shouldn't be happening, I guess?
Usually it's if it doesn't understand what to, like, lock onto, because it doesn't recognize that a talisman is close enough in the area, or there's something, like, just out of your periphery that you don't expect it to lock onto, but it does. So sometimes those things can throw you off, like, just enough.
I've seen it happen before, but it looks like, you know, there's like an auto-targeting system kind of thing, and I was like, what is happening? Why is it doing that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So with the auto-targeting, as your camera kind of turns towards a talisman, that's why you'll see me rotating the camera so much. It's to, like, lock onto these different talismans, and whichever one is highlighted, that's the one that I'll end up shooting. So, yeah. This is the longest way that I ended up going, because I was just like, it's over there somewhere. If you want to see really good speedrunners with this who aren't babies, I highly recommend looking up Cosmic Ocean or May the DKC, who ran this back at SGDQ 2022, as well as Sable Dragonrook, who speedruns this and The Last Guardian, and is just a dear friend and wonderful. Sable's great. Sable's a wonderful speedrunner.
Sable's an absolute sweetie.
Right? And now we are in the third area, the Great Plains. This, much like the other ones, I don't know when the boss is going to spawn, but once it does, then there will be an unskippable cutscene. So we'll just kind of go with the flow once they do. But in the meantime, I'm going to head towards that first little puzzle area, so that I can start getting the little emblems. Yep, there we go. There's the boss.
There we go.
There's Nimue. There's our girl. Agro or Eagle Mother? You're asking me to choose between the two? That's rude. I think I have to say Agro. Mainly just because, like, I love Eagle Mother, don't get me wrong. Agro goes through so much crap in Shadow of the Colossus and deserves all the accolades she can get.
My god, absolutely.
Yeah, like...
But I let me counterpoint. Eagle Mother is not afraid of grass.
Eagle Mother isn't afraid of grass. This is true.
But also...
I guess by that vein, Dave, but like...
But let's be honest here. I think that Agro goes through a lot more because yes, Eagle Mom goes through a lot as well. However, Eagle Mom's also a god. Agro is a normal horse.
She's just a horse who like got here on a real bad day. You know?
And she comes out of it worse. So, Eagle Mother gets stronger. Agro ends up with a broken leg at the end.
Exactly. Agro ends up with a broken leg, likely got stolen from whatever village she's from, and like never got to go back home. Like, Agro went through a lot. Agro is a very big horse. Ruby and I have theories that Agro is actually I don't know if exactly you have the same theory on this one,
not quite a Clydesdale, but some really, really big breed of horse, yeah.
I believe that she's a, like a war horse.
Yeah, that tracks.
Like she was a soldier's war horse, and like, obviously, Wander is decently young. Like, he's not a child, but he's definitely like a mid-teenager, like 15, 16 years old. So she looks massive compared to him because he's also a child.
Can I say I also hate this weather? Like, why would the game do this to me? The weather completely changes when you load back into the map. There we go. Because I need to see where I'm going, and that's where I'm going. Thank you. Sometimes it'll decide to just change the weather in the environment, the time of day, things like that when you load back in. So that's another reason why, like, if the RNG is really against you, it can also be really tough because if you're constantly reloading in and not only have to deal with the RNG of like how the weather is going, but also the RNG of Deathball, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think this is probably the heaviest whenever it comes to RNG based. Most of Solar Ash, at least in the exploration phase of the world, isn't very RNG heavy. It's more so just the boss phase that's a little RNG. And that's more so just the RNG of the spawns rather than it being like actual like behavioral RNG.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
So we're getting the third. We have third. We need to get another one so we can unlock a second tower.
Yep. So have I even done one tower in this area yet? I think right now
I
it's
don't
mostly
believe
just been.
so.
I think
It's just been getting the talismans to unlock so far.
Yeah, I'm about to go to my first tower right now, and then we're gonna go towards more puzzles and stuff in a moment here. Sancho Panda, when he did commentary for this game at GDQ, it was very funny because for all these towers, he just had a book full of Woody phrases from Toy Story.
That's amazing.
And, yep, it was just reading them aloud. You know, there's a snake in my boot. Stuff like that. Sancho makes the best dad jokes and we love him. Alright. We next are headed to, I think, something that you just... Yep.
Wait, okay.
I'm pretty sure
Cuttlefishman, I never heard that before either. Petting aggro increases the recovery speed of Wander's health and stamina for a short period of time?
What? That's cool. I've never heard that.
Okay, so new strat.
Yeah.
Constantly pet aggro as you're riding.
Yeah.
And
wow,
at
that's
least.
Can someone write that down? No, I'm not even kidding. Please, someone write that down.
yes.
Yes, thank you. Bless.
Yeah, and 3 runners of the game, and we did not know that. That is a thing. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at us, 2 people saying it's one of our favorite games of all time. Still don't know this information.
Hey, remember when I played this game for years and my first marathon run was when I found out you could pet Agro in the first place? Remember that, Nix? Remember?
I didn't know you during that time.
Oh, that's
hon.
right.
I met you 2 years ago.
Well, never mind. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It never actually happened.
Oh yeah, you have to grab this. Sometimes you have to grab these and add them into the puzzle. It's fine. I'm doing great. One more time.
One more time. Alright, I'm done.
And there we go. Another talisman down.
Yeah, and now I'm headed towards this next tower and we'll hit a few puzzles along the way. But for right now, we're just heading straight over here.
You seen a bird mother there? Get over the water.
You'll notice that sometimes I try and aim my arrow shots if it's just like a tiny little ledge as I'm shooting the talisman, just because then I don't lose speed. I can keep moving forward. But they give you just a little extra boost of height when you shoot them. No. I thought that was going to be a great demonstration point, and instead...
It was a great demonstration of what not to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being a little bit of a bully. I'm so sorry.
No!
I love you, I swear.
You are so fine. I deserved it. Are you kidding me?
I pick on people that I love. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But will you pet the bird? Yes, the bird. If the bird ever ends up, and not often because we quit out before
Stop.
the bird can become corrupted. But when the bird becomes corrupted, you pet the bird to free them.
Speaking of...
If you play this game casually, you will be petting the bird,
A lot.
few different. Yeah.
We just don't in the run.
Just because it takes some time. I think it's a solid 30 seconds that you spend sitting there petting this bird.
Yeah, 10 to 30 seconds for sure. And it's a lot of time. So it's very fun for like marathons if you're raising money and using that as a thing, but otherwise.
Yeah, it's as like an incentive similar to like petting the horse in Shadow, which was such a good incentive. Oh god, when was that? Was that Fatal's run?
Oh, I did the wrong thing. I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to go from the tower up there. Okay, hang on. So we're just gonna rewind this.
You saw nothing? You can blink now?
So, oh my gosh, we're getting this tower totally for the first time. Wow. So from here, I know that Nix mentioned earlier that there are some puzzles that like you can't use the bird to her full capacity in. That's where I want to be. It's right up there. Oh, because I almost forgot this puzzle. Okay, so I'm supposed to go to this puzzle first, and then I go up that cliff. Okay, cool. Now we're cooking with gas. So first things first, we're gonna go into this puzzle room, and this is another one of those that you shoot arrows to change the symbols of different gods, just depending on their height and positioning. So the tallest one should be this guy, the middle one should be... Okay, so that's... Oh, nope, those are good. And then the smallest one just needs to be that. Okay. And then as soon as this opens, I can just go straight downstairs, grab the emblem, and move forward with my life.
So yes, now to the first puzzle, the burbless puzzle.
Yes,
Burbless.
so now that that's done, basically with these burbless puzzles, you'll notice some areas that have the really like gray corruption clouds. And basically what those do, oh, I win. Nope, I'm supposed to go further up, hang on. Oh, that's right. I go all the way up this in order to get there. Okay, cool. I'm here. We're making it work. So
okay.
You come over here, and then that orb that you saw before, now that the positioning recognizes that I'm here, I'm gonna keep flying, and then as I see I'm about to start lowering in the air, then I do another flap. With these 3 different flaps that I've got. And the goal is to try and land over this as close to the tower as I possibly can. I think that there... Oh my god. Yes, that was really good. Okay, so that's exactly what you want, is to try and land up towards the top, because otherwise that is a much longer climbing puzzle. And then I'm going to quickly quit out. That way I don't have to pet the bird. She is automatically cleansed, and then I move forward. I'm going to reset again just because the weather decided it hates me, and I need to be able to see where I'm going so I know where I'm... Why are you doing this to me? Okay, you know what? No, I do have 2 emblems, and that should be all I need left, right? Like...
Yeah, two will get you the tower. And great. Don't you wish it was that easy to stop rain?
Oh my god.
That would be so nice.
It would be great. I live in a very rainy place. I don't like it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Rain
quick to the menu of life just to clean out the rain.
Download a mod in our proverbial Sims pack.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. That should be it. Yeah, we're headed towards Nimue. Holy crap. We're making good time.
Mm-hmm.
We're making really good time. All right. We're working on the 3rd boss fight out of 5.
And am I the only one who every time this boss's name gets said, I go into the line sleeps tonight?
I get it. Yep.
Okay. I just had to make sure.
Nope, I feel you. Oh, wrong way. Right, I remember this one. So you go to the right, and then eventually it's go left to like cut her off. But for now, you just fly parallel as long as you can. And this should put me pretty dang close to her when I'm landing downwards.
Seems very good.
Yeah.
So hopefully a fairly quick chase scene.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm a little further back than I would have liked, but, you know, what can you do? So again, I'm going to be trying to go for those precision shots as much as I can, but they're hard to hit, so, like, we'll see how many I get.
Nice. Getting the half ones.
Okay.
Come on. Probably any second now we'll get there. Come on. Alright, there we go. 1. And this will be the second. You got the one side down. Let's get the right.
Yeah, But
and we can
I'm
start
already
the boss
probably gonna
fight
lose
proper.
quite a bit of distance because I messed up those first few shots where I was hoping to put her in slow motion. So now I just gotta catch up and try and get as many precision shots as I can. The really nice thing here is, yes, there are really big fireballs that she's shooting, but they don't explode like Sauros did. So it's honestly a lot easier to like aim where you're going and make sure to avoid what she's throwing at you. Nimue also, in my opinion, has the hardest second phase out of second/third phase out of any of the bosses. Just because this is the one where, like, if you mess up even a single thing, she regrows ahead, and the phase takes longer. So the timing on that once we get there is really gonna matter.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. And one, and get that next one. There we go. Once you got there, at least the actual 2 hits didn't take very long.
Yep. Okay. Here we go. Phase 2.
So this is all just very tight timing, because as you can attack one head, the other one can attack you.
Did we come up with a nickname for this one?
Oh, I don't think we did.
Well, that's needed.
I mean, it's Hell Hydra. I mean, all right, one head down.
The really nice thing that makes this fight a lot easier is I thought that you had to charge all of these shots. Nope, you actually just have to tap the arrow button once you see the prompt appear, with one exception, which is this. This you do have to fully charge. Basically the final shot of one of the phases, so...
But that is a phase.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you will see, poor Burb.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that technically has 4 phases. We're technically in 3rd phase, but I really consider 2nd and 3rd phase to be kind of one big phase since you're dealing with the same kind of animations. It's the 4th one that's kind of a chase, where you're dealing with platforming.
But more heads and no Burb for this. 1 of 7, we're down to 5. Another one down.
Yeah, there we go. And this is the final set of dealing with these heads. After this, I shouldn't have to deal with them anymore.
You have to
I forgot about this attack.
Stay ahead of the flame.
Exactly. You're just trying to stay ahead of this boss as much as possible.
Which is hard, because staying ahead of a boss with 7 heads.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, Dave. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Cool.
Now,
and now we're in the
let's
4th
get-
phase. Yep.
Mama. Angie, come back to us.
Come on.
Oh, excuse me. All right, and now you must avoid lava. Lava is lava, and it is not good.
Me a lot of the Scarecrow fight in Batman Arkham Asylum.
There we
Very
go.
similar, yes.
And that's this bait. We are headed towards Kumo, so the final tier, and then basically the final 2 bosses. So,
And we're about to see probably my favorite design for any of the gods in this game. because oh my god, Nimoy's design is so pretty.
Nimoy's design is very pretty.
I think Nimoy and Ceranos are probably my two favorites. From this game, at least. The heckin' Cobra. She's so pretty. I'm a little biased.
That's okay. She's very pretty. I like so many of the designs in these games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also very excited. In 4 days, I'm getting a cover-up tattoo that's going to include little elements from each of these games, along with a bunch of others I speedrun. So, my friends know this, but that's just a fun thing for the audience. So, eventually I'll have a speedrun tattoo, and if you like these games, please say hi.
Oh, that's interesting.
What?
Apparently Nimue is the name of the Lady of the Lake that gives Arthur his sword.
Interesting. Oh, that's really cool. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I've always just heard it as Lady of the Lake.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
But again, to go back to the African or European swallow, it's not a very valid basis for government, but it is very cool.
All right, let's see. Cool. I should be able to go this way.
And now, as with the past ones, we are now up to 4 flaps, which makes a lot more of things accessible and gives you a lot more time in the air now.
Yeah. And at this point, we're going up to a completely different plateau, just like with the other ones. And there is a big cutscene that we would normally see heading up this next section, but we are going to be skipping it because if you go through that cutscene, not only does it, take more time and it's unskippable and all that, but also in the cutscene, it's the God Slayer kind of asserting dominance and authority and trying to show off that he has power against you. And he takes one of your bird flaps. So it actually makes getting around this next section a lot harder if you let that cutscene play. So instead, we are going to glitch outside and climb a mountain that we aren't supposed to be able to climb. It'll be great.
We're gonna turn into a Skyrim horse for a little while. It's okay.
Exactly. So just run in all the places that the game really, really doesn't want us to.
And strangely so, and I've heard this commented on, Kumo is an odd name for this next boss. Because Kumo can have 2 possible meanings in Japanese. Cloud and spider, of which neither really fits.
I will say the corrupted version of Kumo, spider, fits. Cloud, my best guess is like it's on the highest platform, like the highest plateau.
Yeah.
But that's really all I can guess. Also, Kumo's just a big bear who wants to wrestle with his friends. It's very cute. All right,
yes.
So here's how this works. So normally you go all the way up this, and that's where the Godslayer scene would be. But we're not going to look at that. We're going to look at this cliff that's over on this side. And once I see that we have gotten high enough, then I'm going to leave. And I'm going to start flying my way over towards this cliffside right over here. And we're going to climb all the way up that mountain to get into this area without having to actually go into the triggered section. Now, obviously, games don't want you to enter these... okay, hang on. A lot of games don't want you to enter these kind of sections this early. We cannot dash and run on this cliff. I have to just climb and walk normally. So I'm not hitting those talismans or anything because since we're not supposed to be in this section, if I let go at a weird place, it won't let me through the invisible walls that are currently blocking me. So I gotta go back down here. Give me 1 sec.
And yes, in chat, Kuma, I guess, is bear, but yes, it is definitely Kumo. But yeah, maybe they either purposefully or by mistake missed that.
Maybe. All right, so yep, I'm just gonna keep climbing here. This is another amazing moment. If we have things in the chat that can be plugged for those things to go in, because otherwise I'm just gonna keep climbing for a hot second. That's all.
Just there are mountains that need to be climbed.
Climb every mountain. It's in the speed run. You have to climb.
Oh.
And then eventually you can actually start running.
Yes,
on
looks
the
like you got through.
Yep, yeah, just long enough to get past those invisible walls, basically, and then get some of your flaps back. So now that we're past that kind of danger zone, I can use those flaps a lot more as I'm climbing this mountain.
Okay, and
there we go.
There we are.
Now we're starting to enter the actual area.
And yes, keeping that makes the game much better to keep going. Because as much as that did take time, it saves you time in the long run.
Yep. Okay, this is the something Frozen Tundra or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of this area, but welcome. This is the final section before we go to the boss area. Or the final boss fight of the game itself. So first puzzle we're gonna hit is right over here, and the moment my feet touch the ground, it's gonna take me into the cutscene for the boss that's in this section. So I'm gonna go ahead and just shoot this a few times. Actually, I don't remember which aha, that's the one. Okay. So I'm just gonna shoot this a few times. Mountain Tundra, that's it. And enter Kumo stage right. Yeah, so like with the legs, he looks a little spidery, and he's in the highest area, and also he's a bear, so like, these things all make sense. I can track it.
I just noticed the arms on his back. And it's so weird.
Oh yeah. He's a very disturbing, strange little boy.
The poor baby just wants love. Mm-hmm. And we're gonna give him love. After smacking him a few times.
Love in the form of arrows.
Well, yeah, but then he gets face nuzzles from his mama.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay. First one down, and this is 3 towers again, right? 6.
Yeah, 3 towers, so we're gonna need 6 emblems total. So this is number 1 out of the 6. Next area we're gonna go to is actually right across this bridge. And it looks like Kuma moved, which is very kind. And I don't trust it.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, no. So I'm gonna go just a little bit further on this to get a bunch of that momentum, and then I'm running all the way over here for the next emblem that I'm gonna be getting. The pathing, again, I know it seems very strange, but this is all like optimized after a ton of testing by pathless speedrunners on which puzzles are the fastest to carry out, which ways take you past the fastest talismans. Like it's strange pathing, but it works. So.
But again, pathless pathing.
Yes. The pathless pathing, you know. This one's really fun, honestly. Very simple. So you have this weight, hit this here, and then the first arrow is gonna go through there, and you turn this so that it goes through the target properly. But then the other one can actually stay this direction as long as you get the timing right. Oh, which I did not. Let's try that one more time. Hi, bird. Come here. There it is. All right, cool.
And that's 2 for one of 3 towers we can now unlock.
Yep, and I'm gonna let this go a little further. Okay, cool. So the next place I'm headed is kind of that tower you see in the distance with the big glowing emblem on top. So I'm gonna be headed that direction and kind of spacing out my flaps just to try and stay in the air and keep as much speed as possible while also hitting some of these other talismans. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Here with, hang on. Nothing happened.
Perceive nothing.
Perceive nothing. All right, so with this one, you just are hitting buttons and trying to shoot the flames into the center of the puzzles without it getting blocked. So they get progressively harder as you go up the tower.
Go, not too bad.
That wasn't too bad.
The one took 2 tries, but that was not terrible in any way.
Honestly, that's pretty great. Then we head up to this next puzzle where once again the bird is not going to be able to help us much, just because it is tainted by Godslayer corruption. No! Oh, I just barely didn't make it. Oh, that was so silly. Anyway, we're here. We're here, first tower. Okay, so first tower, and then I'll have one emblem left, and then we're gonna keep going to other puzzles.
Am I still staticky? Chat says I am static. Am I staticky to you guys?
Oh.
No, I haven't heard any static.
Oh.
No, you sound fine to me.
Okay, hopefully that has stopped.
So for this one, you just go down to the ground and very quickly get the bird at the last second so that she can stop you from getting stun locked. Make your way across this bridge. And then we're headed to the next one that I can't use the bird for. And this one is basically a matter of like shooting talismans to get into certain areas and hit targets that you really shouldn't be able to get to without Bird Friend. Or shouldn't be able to get to as quickly as I will be. Because, you know, it's a speed run.
No!
I don't want to talk about it. Alright, so this way, that totally I'm supposed to go. Yeah! Look at this!
I lowered my voice a little bit, chat. Hopefully that helps.
Oh my god, that was so silly. That was so silly.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. Every once in a while you hit a situation where you struggle.
That's just one part I don't usually mess up that bad, so I'm just like, aww. Can I not get up there? Oh my god. I can't get up there.
Is there
Not
a way
unless
that
I'm
you
on the bridge.
Is there a way
Alright.
that you could leave the corruption and have her fly you through it? Or is it as soon as she touches it, she's gonna, like, stop flying?
Yeah, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back in, and I'm just gonna have her get me to... Here. I'm just gonna get ever so slightly out of that corruption radius, reset so that I don't have to pet her, and then go a little further out on the bridge, and then move forward. Usually I don't fall off the bridge like that. That was a thing. That was sure one of the runs of all time. Yeah, totally where I was. Anyway.
Totally exactly what happened.
Okay, here we go. So bird is not usable, but by doing very quick arrow shots and things like that, we can get through this section without too much difficulty. It's just about specific jumps. And trying not to land like outside of these and then having to do the longer paths with the talismans. Woo! Like that, you know. There we go. I'll take that.
That was a good recovery.
Sir. Thank you. All right. There we go. Precision shots. Very helpful in many instances. All right, and the moment that that puzzle is done, once again, we can quit out. What?
Oh.
That's not usually a thing. Huh. Interesting.
Little wolf friend, hi, how you doing?
Hi, friend. Don't usually see you around these parts. What's up?
So
Okay.
apparently, and I'm trying not to speak too much. Apparently, according to chat, it is both Nick's and mine, so it is probably on your end, Ruby.
Oh no. And I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, or what can be done about that. Apologies, gang. I'm not certain.
Yeah, weird that it just occurred, but
There we go. Okay, this is another one that just we're moving around the fire, trying specifically to unfreeze some targets that are currently frozen. So once we move around this fire, then we should be all good to go to make the final shot and move forward with our lives. There we go. From here, I'm just gonna get on the top of this because it'll give me just enough space to regain all of my flaps. And then from here, I am making my way over towards this tower, so I can quickly put something in that, and then we'll have our final puzzle just beyond it. It feels like this game has flown by.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just me? Like...
No, I mean, it's been going, good, honestly.
Yeah. Like, surprisingly so. Huh. Solar Ash the one that's gonna be ultimately Mimi? Maybe.
Possibly. It's
Maybe.
Solar Ash, let's be honest here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Considering how often I miss my triple jumps, it would make sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh god, okay. So from here... Ah, yes, from here I go straight down again. Make our way across these bridges. Yeah, so I don't remember what my PB on Pathless is, but This feels like I'm making really good pace. Like,
Yeah, I mean, we started Pathless, I believe, right at like 8:15-ish. It's been like, oh, sorry, it's been like an hour 45.
Oh,
that's
yes,
not
and
bad.
I just muted from stream. It appears the static is gone.
Great.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Okay, so this babe goes right there. This babe goes right here.
Yeah, the static is gone. It's another Christmas miracle. We'll take it. All right.
Listen, I'm not gonna complain when tech things fix themselves. Makes it so much
Exactly.
easier.
Yeah, same. Oh, I think at this point it's just a shot through here, right? Yeah, okay.
I think you got them all. Yep.
Yep, and the final bit is a wait. Don't. I'm not letting you do it. I'm not. Because he absolutely almost did that to me. He absolutely almost put me in the ball of death, which is rude, may I say.
Come on. Wait.
Stop it. Yes, I know. Lore's great. I love lore of this game, don't get me wrong. But right now, lore, it's not the time.
It is not the time because lore is time, and we don't want time. We want speed.
Exactly.
We want the zoomy zooms.
Where? Wait. I'm pretty sure it's that way, right? God, why did everything
You
have
do
to-
remember
Yeah,
neither of
okay.
us run this game?
Yes, I'm aware. I was more trying to find the landmark, and the snow doesn't help, but I can see the, like, ever so slight orange in the distance. Thank God.
Okay, so it was a rhetorical because I was like I could say yes, but I have
Yes,
no idea if
was.
I'm correct or not.
Sorry, it was a rhetorical. That was for me, not for you. Don't worry about it.
Just smile and wave, boys.
Yes.
I adore you both. Thanks for coming and being part of this. Just because I was like, I'm delusionally tired and need other people to be able to talk for me when I'm like,
Oh, absolutely. I've been mostly quiet during this run just because I am very tired and don't understand what's happening. But I will be more talkative during Solar Ash, I promise, because I actually know what's happening there, so it takes less brain power to try and think of things.
yeah, that's completely fair. And I think that should be
The final
boss
tower, I
spot.
believe.
That should be final tower for Kumo.
If I counted correctly, it should be.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
So now into the death ball, hopefully close, and chase.
Yes.
And Kumo's another 4 targeter, so.
Oh.
Well, it says 4 targets. Oh, 4 targets each side. That's what it is. I am.
No, thank you.
Yep. It's a lot.
That's what I meant. Really.
Truly, that's all it was.
Mhm.
Just 4, you know.
Dave knows exactly what he's talking about. Dave's an expert at this game, can't you tell?
This one you just slide down the hill.
Yes.
It's faster to just try and get momentum from the hill and try and catch up to Kumo from behind as quickly as possible since he's just straight ahead of you. This used to be a fight I wasn't great at, but the chase sequence of this one is a lot. But honestly, as far as the rest of the fight, I'm not nearly as nervous about this one as like Nimue, or the chase sequence of Sauro.
Okay, and that one. One more, I think, on this side.
Yep.
Okay. 50% of the chase scene has been completed, so now we just got to get the right side here.
Now, does Kumo have 3 or 4 phases? I want to say 3.
3 phases.
Okay.
And this is another one that, like, dodging the second phase, I don't feel nearly as weird about. So, like, I'm fine with this phase. It's just the half precision shots and keeping up. Although I'm doing pretty well with those this go around.
Yeah.
So you are on the wrong side. There we go.
Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm trying to get back.
They are pro speedrunner Rubiehart. I got it. I got it.
There we go. All right,
Okay.
phase 1. Done.
Old man Harley in chat said no bunking on a rock strat for this one.
Yeah! That's nice, isn't it? Okay, and now we are in the arena for phases 2 and 3.
He's called Pounce.
Yeah, this phase I just kind of let him bounce around and do his own thing. And then eventually he's just gonna start doing little attacks at me. And again, these, you don't have to actually charge the arrow shots. You can just kind of instantly target on. Those you do have to target the arrows. Or you do have to charge the arrows for the back. But if you see that the outside has already been automatically filled in for the square on the talisman or on the weak point, then it means that you can just instantly shoot it. So it helps with quite a few phases of this fight.
Yeah, y'all. Kumo is literally just acting like Kuromori right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Climbing on walls, death balls. It's just fire instead of electricity, but yes.
Yep.
Well, Kuro
He's gonna
doesn't
jump
use
on the wall
electricity.
one more time, and he's gonna
Yeah.
do a few laser beams this time.
Oh.
But all I have to do is kind of get out of the way to one side or the other, and I'm fine.
I always Kuro's poison gas always seems to have electricity in it to me.
I never got that, but I may just be inattentive, which is very possible.
Okay, I think we're headed into
That
final
looks
phase
to it,
now?
yes.
Yeah, we're headed into final phase now. Here we go.
Just taking a nice little swim in the lava.
Shut up. Sorry, he laughs at you when he hits you, and it's really rude. And it restarts the phase, which is the other thing I hate about it. This, you basically want to look for when his skin gets really bright red. You'll notice that he'll get a little more and more as we go through this phase.
And again, I'm guessing those don't appear to have to be charged.
Yes, those don't have to be charged for the weak spots. And then this final one. All right, hang on. Should have one more phase just like that. Yeah.
Someone said Calamity Ganon from Zelda Breath of the Wild?
Yes, it very much does look like Calamity Ganon, huh? Very funny similarities. I was saying earlier that if you wanted to expand the Giant Slayer gauntlet, you could also add Breath of the Wild as a speed run, because it is really just the boss rush when you're doing the speed run version of it.
God, I need to play Breath of the Wild.
And this should be the end of the fight.
That
There we
is,
go.
yes.
All right, we're headed towards the final boss fight. We're headed towards Calamity Ganon. I mean, Godslayer.
Let's go, Troy Baker! You got nothing on us.
Troy Baker. And then final game. So we're almost done with 3 out of 4.
Who's ready to throw hands with Troy Baker?
Yeah, we're making good time. We're making good time right now. This is great.
We're making really good time.
Yeah. We actually might be making, if the marathon was behind, we can help make up time, which is great. Love that. What game is this? This is The Pathless by Giant Squid Games. They are the same studio that made Abzu. So the 4 games I've been running today, let's see, that was Ultima. So Ultima, the 4 games I've been running today were Shadow of the Colossus, Titan Souls, this one, The Pathless, and then the next game, which is Solar Ash. With very similar movement mechanics to this one, as far as just constantly keeping up really insane glide momentum. So yeah.
Defeating Troy Baker could be an entire marathon theme. It absolutely could, and I love it.
Turns out Kumo is a bear. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Kumo's just a big bear. Did you not believe me? Okay. I'm gonna let y'all commentate this final fight. Have fun.
Troy Baker has gained ultimate power.
Yes, correct.
It's just Joel.
It's just angry Joel.
It's angry Joel.
Well, and they're both in the Last of Us universe. We have Joel and Abby.
We do.
It's another confrontation. It's fine.
Or if you want to go a different route, we have Sam Drake and Nadine Ross from Uncharted 4.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've never played the Uncharted series really, but I do understand the reference.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that before, that Uncharted just didn't really click the most for you.
Yeah, it didn't really click for me, but I know it clicks for a lot of other people, and I think it's amazing that people love it as much as they do and have gotten so much joy from it.
I would definitely say, honestly, if you are ever looking to possibly try and get into the series again, just play Uncharted 4. It's honestly, you don't have to have Uncharted 1 through 3 to understand 4. There's just a bunch of references and stuff in it that's like, hey, look at this cool thing we referenced. But 4 on its own is just an amazing game.
So again, all these air talismans are just auto shots, which is really nice. So I can just kind of click them and we're good.
No, those are frame perfect precision shots, right?
Yeah.
Sure, totally.
And here we go into the
Into this thing.
Yeah, I
Into
didn't
this
even know
thing.
a thing to get up to the top.
Into the
Enter the amazing Austin Wintry music stage left.
God, my brain went into the Ultra Void.
That's not till next game.
Yeah, I know. Tired.
I get it. Same. I will say I'm very excited. So Jamie and I, for Christmas, decided that rather than getting each other presents, we both have been wanting to get a VR system for quite a while. So we decided to split the cost of getting the new MetaQuest that just came out. And we started playing Super Hot VR and this like new VR role-playing game that Jamie discovered that apparently is great. So we're probably going to play a lot of that later today for holiday plans.
What is it? Asgard's Rat? What is it? Something like that?
Yeah, Asgard. Yeah.
Supposedly that is like amazing. I haven't played that one.
I've only been able to look in like 2 rooms and already they give me a very like Baldur's Gate but slightly lower poly and VR vibe, and there's one space that as soon as I was in it I was like, oh great, oh my god, I don't want to look down. I don't want to look down. Like, it was rough.
Oh,
well,
God.
that is I have the PlayStation VR, and that is the Horizon game in that, because you do a lot of climbing.
Yeah. I guess
Okay,
your
here we go.
hubris has betrayed you. Hunter.
Says the God Slayer.
Three-Eyed Joel.
Three-Eyed Joel.
That sounds like Cotton Eye Joe. Three-Eyed Joel. Yes.
Where did you
Three-Eyed
come
Joel.
from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Three-Eyed Joe?
Can you tell we're all delusionally tired?
Yeah.
Alright, this is Eagle Mom, corrupted, Redux. I'm very sad. We have to fight Eagle Mom now. And you know, Three-Eyed Joel. So this is gonna be great.
Yes.
So for this one is also broken into multiple phases, but it's like a lot more than the previous fights because it is, you know, final fight. So the way that this works is basically I'm going to run forward towards one of these kind of shaded areas underneath one of these platforms. And I'm going to try and run to the side of it because once you end up in the shade, then your character kind of stumbles, and we want her to be stumbling at the same time and recovering at the same time as the bird is trying to attack us, and we're just in that safe spot. So we're kind of riding along the side of each of these stony defenses.
Yes, and this is similar to a couple of the other phases where you're essentially finding the safe spots in the run.
Exactly, like all the little safe
Making
spaces
sure.
you can hide.
So that Mama doesn't see you.
And if she does see you, at least so you can get the timing where she doesn't attack you immediately. So like going at the halfway point, she might see you and is try and attack you next phase, but you can at least get to this next barrier. This one is really narrow. I might get attacked here, I might not, I don't know. This last run is really, really long. I just made it.
Ooh.
That one I didn't make it quite as far forward as I would like, but sometimes it's hard even to make it to just that back section, so I'm glad I made it there. From here, I'm not as worried because once you start rolling down this hill, this is kind of an automatic thing that happens no matter what, is her attacking you on this hill. So it kind of resets what she's doing. From here, if you were wondering, hey, so Solar Ash and Hyper Light Breaker, 2 games made by Heart Machine. They're in the same universe, and Shadow and Eco and Last Guardian are in the same universe. What about Pathless and Abzu? And if you've played Abzu, when you watch this sequence, you will understand without a shadow of a doubt that the answer is yes, they do also take place in the same universe. Every single one of these big boss slayer games and Titan Souls and Death's Door are also confirmed to be in the same universe, even if they're standalone games. It's fascinating. Yeah, there we go. That's Abzu. If anyone was wondering what Abzu looked like, this is it.
I still need to play Abzu.
It's very pretty.
I know. I planned on watching it last year whenever you played it, like the VODs of it, but then I was like,
yeah.
no, I'm gonna play it myself.
No, that's fair. I mean, I definitely recommend it. It's,
Yeah.
again, got that fairy journey feel to it, but underwater and mechanical. It's great.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm like, I think that's been pushing me away from it is submechanophobia, which is what like freaks me out with certain sections of Shadow. Like
That's fair.
the swim up to Gaius, seeing that crap emerge from the dark water. No, thank you.
Yep, it's not great. It's not great.
Horrifying. The same with Avion. Ow. Sorry, I just hit my knee on my desk.
You're all good. All right, we are on the actual final boss fight. Here we go. There will be multiple phases, so keep that in mind. This first one, I'm just dodging a bunch of his attacks, and then when he gets closer, attacking him like that. And I'll explain the other phases kind of as they come along. So again, just dodging his attacks. And sometimes he will go a lot faster and let you hit him. Sometimes he'll go longer like this. And that's not really something I have control over. I just have to go with the flow and try and make my cycles as fast as possible, going with whatever he is doing and prompting him to do. So it's a lot of like getting to know the animations of this fight in order to like navigate it properly. He won't ever quite do the exact same thing the exact same way.
I do have to say, I love his little animation of after you hit him, he looks around like he's never seen anyone ever do anything like this in his life.
Like, what the heck? Someone knows how to shoot a bow and arrow? Blasphemy. I know exactly what you mean. These phases with the bird look very intimidating. They're surprisingly not that bad. Basically all you do is hopscotch for these fireballs. And then you're back in the Godslayer phase. And we'll see a few more phases like that with the Eagle Mother and with that specific kind of attack from the Godslayer. He's also going to start incorporating attacks from Eagle Mom, like the one that we just saw, but it still functions generally the same way. We're just stacking smaller elements on top of what we already had previously. And what we're basically doing here is going through this phase, fighting the Godslayer while also cleansing Ulamon. So once these three towers in the background are lit and we go through the three parts of this phase of the fight, then we'll move into the next really big section. And we'll have Eaglemon working with us.
Again, take out 4 god symbols.
Alright, cool.
I believe that's that phase.
Hopscotch and the floor is lava. Accurate.
Yes, exactly.
That is most of this game.
Yes, you're not wrong. Alright, come on, Godslayer. He's such a big boy.
He really is.
Like, in comparison to you, he's a very big boy.
God, and I mean, assuming that your character is likely like a young adult, average height for a young adult female is probably like 5'4" to 5'6".
Yep.
This man's gotta be like 8 feet tall.
At least.
And he's supposed to be immortal, which is so weird.
Well, you know, he's gaining power from the gods, so he is immortal right now, technically.
But at the same time, I don't know. It's weird.
No, I get it.
You say that the man has a tail. I mean,
The man does have a tail. He's a tiefling.
and three eyes.
He's a tiefling. That's what it is.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Final phase.
Cleansing bird friend.
Herb mom.
So, the final step, so this is something that they don't get into at all, so you might be confused about what this section is supposed to be. There is lore in this game that basically the sword that the Godslayer uses is one that specifically is only really meant to be wielded by certain people with a ridiculous amount of power. Same with the mask that you wear, and same with the bow that we're using. So the bow we're using is the moon bow, then the sun sword. Each of these, much like, you know, the Master Sword in the Legend of Zelda series, these are objects of power that are meant to cleanse or destroy. So the moon bow is granted to us by the gods, which is great and helpful. And basically when it comes to this final fight, a lot of what we're going to see is like more and more moon animations, because this is essentially a object that she shouldn't be able to wield that now the gods have entrusted to her so that she can take out the Godslayer once and for all.
And that spidey sense is helping you know where to go, correct?
Yeah, so the whistles, basically as I whistle, it'll start to show me the direction I'm supposed to go. And for some of them, I know general trajectories because they are technically the same every time, but they don't show up for a bit. Some of them I don't know, and I guess entirely. So... I believe this one you go behind the statue of the hunter. Yeah, there we go. That wasn't a bad angle. Okay. And I don't remember where you go for this part. I think you go backwards, but I can't remember for certain. And still, you charge forward. Go backwards. Ah ha ha! Yeah, look at that.
Nicely done.
That was really clean, that last little bit. I'll take it. Hi,
I
baby.
believe after this, there's only one more phase to Godslayer, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's only one, maybe two phases, but I think it's one. I think we're in the final stretch of the fight.
I think it's one, but you have to hit all three eyes, so it's
Exactly.
kind of a 3-in-1 for it.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And it's all of our friends.
All of the babies.
Look at them.
Oh, pretty.
They're so cute.
Dang it. Why are they all so pretty?
They're very pretty. They're very, very pretty. I do love these babies. I know they're gods, but I don't care. They're babies.
They're babies.
Yeah! Godslayer!
Slams, you hit the hand. We'll eventually let you hit the eyeball.
Okay, it should let me start shooting the eye soon, I'm hoping. There we go.
There we go.
God, tired brain just started yelling, "Get wrecked!"
I'm just trying to get the arrow shots in as quickly as I can. Also, yes, get wrecked, please.
Alright. One eye down.
Oh yeah, he also adds in this fun attack in the middle, so that also takes more time. Okay, cool. Only one more eye.
Well, that's why that was my where it's one phase, but it's
3 and
some
1
phases because he adds stuff every time.
Yeah. Come on. This fight feels very epic, but it's actually relatively simple once you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be said about most of the fights in this game.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. Well, some of them not so much. It really just depends. But yeah, once you have more information, it definitely helps. All right, and this one, again, we're not going to get to see the credits or anything because as soon as this fight ends, I'm going to be stopping the game and heading over to Solar Ash for our final game of the Giant Slayer Gauntlet.
One that I will be a bit more talkative for, and I apologize for my quiet.
Okay, cool. That's the
Troy
path
Baker's
list.
down.
Giant Slayer is down and
Troy Baker
gone.
is down, and we are closing the path list, and we are pulling up final game, Solar Ash boot, and okay, that should, in theory, work.
According to PDO, that was a PB based on the one on the board.
Really? Okay, that's neat. All right, and this one, we always play on Novice as speedrunners, and we're going into final game. So first boss is going to be Crater Ouroboros here. So Solar Ash, this game is made by Heart Machine, much like the others, as I mentioned earlier. It is a game that, like, the studio has confirmed that there are many games in the series, and they all take place in the same universe, even if they are standalone. And this one, unlike all of the other runs that I have been doing today, is the one out of them that is keyboard mouse. So I did also just very rapidly switch from my controller to my keyboard. And I'm gonna try and find my life here. So Nick's gonna help me out here.
Yeah, so what you're going to be seeing a lot in this run, the biggest mechanic that we do, which you're going to be seeing, Ruby is kind of bouncing back to where they were before to try and make it work. We're doing what's called a triple jump because this game is pretty lenient with its inputs. So essentially, if you hit dash and jump at the same time, you can kind of cancel out the little flip that Ray does for a double jump. Now there's a rhythm to it, and you essentially have to do your dash jump, an additional jump, and then hold off on your third jump. But that is going to be used literally everywhere. So there we just essentially skipped over all of the geometry that would get us anywhere. Oh, the camera's fighting you. What is happening?
It's okay. It's okay. I'll make it work. But yes, basically what I'm doing. What? The reason we use
There
keyboard
we
and
go.
mouse for this game is because depending on the way you're moving the camera, that can make gravity work on Ray in different directions in different ways. And that allows us to move faster or slower, just depending. Because fun fact, this game, the reason gravity is so important, it takes place in a black hole
Called the Ultra Void.
called the Ultra Void.
Right. So yeah, we're gonna be skipping over all of the dialogue. You're not really gonna get any of the lore of this game, much like the others.
Play it if you can, it's so good.
It is really good. It is absolutely amazing, and Ruby is 10 times better at this than I am. That is usually so clumsy for me. But what we did at the beginning basically was, hey, we're gonna skip over this entryway by going outside of where we're supposed to and yeeting ourselves onto the other side of the map to skip over a giant cutscene that basically gives you all of the exposition. And because of that, it messes with the boss's AI, so we have to quit out after killing the first anomaly.
Oh,
Oh,
that didn't take me to the place I'm used to going.
that was weird.
Yeah, that was... Huh. Anyway.
Anyway, I just after watching the games, I just realized these you put the eye trauma games right together as well.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking about that. I mean, I did say that I grouped them mechanically,
Yes.
thematically, structurally. So like this and Pathless are definitely the most similar ones. But
Oh, absolutely.
oh god, I was not even thinking about that.
Yeah, because Shadow and Titan Souls are definitely more similar to each other. And then this and Pathless. Oh,
I don't want to talk about it.
it's okay. It's okay.
You know how we said Solar Ash is probably going to be my rusty one? Or my rustiest one?
Fine. You're doing better than I ever have so far, so... Did you see how smooth that was?
That was smooth moves.
Smooth moves!
And here's
Where are the
Rob.
couches?
Not learning the lore in the speedrun. Do y'all want to know about the lore in the speed? Like, here's the thing. We won't be able to watch the cutscenes or like, again, much like Pathless, this one, there's a lot of like writing and little places that you can gather lore pieces that are amazing. Don't get me wrong, but we can't, oh God. Sorry, my computer did a weird thing. We're good. But when you're playing through this, I forgot what I was saying.
You and Nix can fill in the lore.
Yes, we can fill in on the lore. The lore of this game is great. We can't watch it during the speedrun. However, this is the next boss, Crater Ouroboros. So in this one, every one of these games, the bosses technically fall in a different category. Shadow, it's Colossi. Titan Souls, Titans, Avi. The Pathless, they are gods or tall ones, and in this one they are referred to as the anomalies. So that's probably what we'll be referring to them as. In this game, the way a lot of this works is these little needles are basically projections from Ray's suit, Void Runner suit, that allows her to move this way in black holes. It's showing her where the weak spots are. So these are a lot more fluid fights, very similar to Pathless more than Shadow of the Colossus and the others. And each of these will have 3 phases. So you see already we've marked off 1 out of the 3. The places they spawn is also RNG based, and getting the tail all the way on the other side of the map, a little unfortunate. But there's nothing I can do about that. I just gotta work with what I got here.
Yeah, but
or
those
you
are
could
going to
just
be the
call
most...
all of them big boys.
Big boys. The good thing about Solar Ash, though, is really the most amount of RNG that you're going to find in the run is with those. Most of the smaller enemies, like with those spawns after killing a section of the enemy, I should say. Most of the smaller enemies kind of spawn in the same place, and they're only going to aggro if you get within a certain distance. So they're pretty easy to predict. The only thing that's not predictable really is the spawns here, and that was a really good spawn.
Yeah, that was great RNG on the complete other side of the spectrum. And one thing you'll notice is like, oh, so this phase, you see how the skin is red? We call that danger skin. On this phase, if I get hit by that, I instantly get vaporized and respawned. All right, there's Crater Ouroboros. That's boss 1 down. And I'm gonna skip through a bunch more plot. You'll also notice that, like, typically the death skin phase or danger skin phase is the most stressful in the boss fights, but a lot of the hardest parts of the run are actually in the, like, overworld and map traversal itself because of the wild jumps that you make, and you'll see more of those as we add on with section by section.
So what you're saying is the skin is lava.
The skin is lava. I like to call Ouroboros Danger Noodle.
Yes, the Danger Noodle, correct.
So we've got Danger Noodle. Oh god, I'm trying to
Forgotten Thresher is the next one.
Yeah, Thresher.
Yeah,
I don't think I have a name for him yet. There's Sentry, who I just call Sentry most of the time, but PDO has said that Sentry is weird anime Phaedra, and I hate it, but it's also so accurate, and I love it. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, canonically, the name of the boss is Lost Sentry, I believe. But yeah. I think that weird anime Phaedra is freaking hysterical.
And then there is Rustdragger in Mirror C, which I know some people call Rusty.
Oh, you missed the Wretched Eye.
Oh, yeah, well, that's because I don't like him.
Who of us does?
Right. Wretched Eye, aka F. Pyatt.
Oh, man. All right, this strat I'm trying to do is a little harder, so I'll go for it one more time, just because I'd love to show it off if I can. If not, then I'll go for the backup.
Yeah, and then there is, I don't remember the actual name, but Burb.
Oh, oh god, Burning Hunter. Burning Hunter is the name.
I honestly, it's been so long since I got to Peak, because I just finished learning Mirror C.
Yeah, you're still early in the run, so you haven't made it to that point yet.
Yeah. I got to the point where I got into Peak, and then I ended off on there. But the Burb is my love.
There is a way to do a triple jump off of that archway that gets you into the next area and a little higher faster, but I'm rusty with this game, so I'm having a hard time. So what I'm going to do instead is open this door. What I was trying to do was skip the door, so I wouldn't have to open it and things like that, but at this point it's going to be faster for me to do this anyway. And there's a little cutscene that happens here. This is kind of the stuff I was trying to skip. But we are headed into the ravaged Varuki city known as the Broken Capital. Varuki are like a race of almost cat and animal people that exist in this world. Or exist in the Ultra Void.
Mm-hmm. And there is a Varuki that is in the game. We're not really gonna talk to her much, but we can absolutely point her out whenever she comes up, because she's gonna come up one time in the run. To where we'll be able to see her, but other than that, she's hidden all over the place.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely skipping over her. We're basically doing a triple jump completely over her head so that she doesn't talk to us.
Yeah.
Not because she's not a great character, but because it saves time to not talk to
Yeah, because if you talk to Lyris, I think it's, oh my god, it's like a 4 or 5 minute conversation.
I mean, you can click through it pretty quickly as long as you're not taking your time with it, but still, it's not great. From here, we're once again using a triple jump and that hook shot, and then here's Lyris.
Yeah, there she is.
Oh,
she's.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't get caught in the cutscene, so it's fine. But also not the ideal way for this to happen. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to triple jump onto this door. So that excuse me, game. Oh. Just gonna, we're not gonna worry about it.
We're just not gonna talk about that.
Nothing happened. It's fine.
Nothing.
Okay.
As I was saying.
This triple jump's honestly really dumb, at least to get onto the door, because if you're even the slightest bit not in line with it, Ray will just run into the wall. And it can be an absolute pain. So it's completely understandable that they're having trouble right now.
But I usually don't mess this up this bad. What am I doing? What is
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe take like a little break.
Stop! Okay, well, that wasn't what I was trying to do, because it slows you down to be in this section. Usually you go through the wall there, and I love showing that off, and I'm sad that I didn't get it, and you also skipped this cutscene. If you get that, I'm missing all the cutscene skips. This time, it's
I could have showed you how to skip this.
Chat wants the lore.
Like how to get back up there.
I know how to do it. I just
You just wanted to get out of the room.
I just wanted to be out of there.
It's fair.
It's fine. It's unfortunate, but hopefully I can get this next jump. So there is a really cool clock tower jump here, and we're going to get into the ways that momentum can be used on rails. So there are certain jumps you can do where you've noticed sometimes that I'll go into like slow motion. Basically what's happening there is you can do something called a rail slip, where when you are on a rail as you are going, then it builds momentum for you to dash while in that slow motion phase, and it weirdly builds up your momentum faster. So you'll see me do that a lot, and depending on if you hold jump longer or a different button longer, that actually determines if you are going to get more distance or more height. So that's a whole thing as well. And not just this section, but in many sections moving forward, we're going to see rails a ton throughout the entire rest of the game from this point forward.
Yeah, rail slips are absolutely everywhere. I gotta say, so far, the biggest pain rail slip for me has been entry into garden.
Oh, I can see that. Entry into garden is a lot.
Like, even Ames Deluxe isn't as bad.
So the jump I'm trying to do here as well, and all these different jumps we have nicknames for. This one I just call the capital rail jump. I don't think this one has an official nickname, but basically what I'm trying to do is get over here, get onto this rail, and rather than using the regular puzzles in the city, doing a rail slip that then boosts me high enough that I can either get onto that platform or grab onto that goop. This is another one that I've been really rusty with. I'm so sorry.
No apologies. You got this.
It happens to the best of us. And you haven't touched Solar Ash other than, what, the other day, and you only got like halfway through it last time?
It's fine. You two keep talking amongst yourselves while I try and get this jump.
I was like, what are they saying?
I can do this, I can do this, I can do this.
Oh.
Over and over.
Okay. And...
Oh.
Hang on.
I find it easier being a little bit further at towards like the end of the rails. That might help you a little bit. Oh, so close.
Yeah, there's like a boost that it'll give you when you jump halfway through the air there. I'm just not getting quite the height I want to.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute. Again, a lot of this speed run is like really, really wild jump combinations, so... on.
Okay.
It's a good thing that we're really ahead on time here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I don't want to talk about it.
You don't have to talk about it.
Good.
Nick has to talk about it.
Oh yeah, Ruby just missed it. It's fine.
Wow.
Oh.
I was told I had to talk about it. I was told I had to talk about it. What do you want from me?
Yeah, but like not being rude.
It's because I love you.
Okay, I was told not to triple jump on this, but I've always had a better time with triple jumping, and I'm doing double jumps right now, and it's not working. I'm gonna try the triple jump again. Thank you for the cheers. I really appreciate it, Dragon Ages. Also, Dragon Age is amazing. Just complete side note. Nope. Oh my god. I can do this jump, I swear. I know
I've seen you do
how.
this jump.
You've seen me do this jump so many times. Come on.
Deep breath. You're in your head at this point.
Yeah, I think I am.
Oh, that one was rude.
It was rude. It was so rude.
You should have grabbed that. That would you hit the goop. The goop should have let you grab.
Yeah,
Just take a breath. You've got it.
I know.
You know you can do it.
Come on. The game needs to
this
cooperate with us.
face. This face is fucking. I'm sorry.
I'm bitter. I'm bitter. I hate it. 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 Come on. I can do this trick. We are swimming in time with my estimate, so I could be here for a while. I don't want to be. But
Oh, I thought that one looked good.
no, if you see the flip like that, that means that I didn't do the triple jump successfully.
Okay.
It means that it just went into a double jump, and for that I need it to be a triple jump, or if it's a double, to not do the second jump nearly as early. Yeah,
I don't know exactly what's happening, or else I'd try to like help you out, but I don't genuinely know exactly what's going on.
No, I'm kind of in the same boat, and it's perplexing me. And then that one I just didn't build up enough momentum.
The
You
only
all
thing
talk amongst yourselves while I do this, because
the only thing I can think of is to try and get a little bit further on the rail so that you're further out whenever you jump.
Nix, you know more of the lore of this game. Let's do some lore while we're doing this.
So lore of the game. There you go.
There we go. That's all. We just needed to get to start going into lore, and the game doesn't want you to do the lore. So yeah.
Apparently, okay, cool. There we go. Past my actual hell. Great.
So basic lore of this game. You're playing as Rey, who is a Void Runner. She was sent into the Ultra Void in order to activate something called the Star Seed, which was that giant needle that you saw sticking out of the ground in Crater. And the Star Seed is supposed to be able to destroy the Ultra Void before it can destroy Rey's home planet. Now, when she gets to the Ultra Void, there are all of these anomalies everywhere, there are the small anomalies, which are these little eyes that we're attacking, and then there are the big anomalies, which are the bosses. And these anomalies, the reason we have to get rid of them is because they are disrupting the AI, aka Sid, which is the whenever we get crushed by the giant lady that's cut into pieces. That was the person that we spoke to next, was the AI called Sid. Sid is needed in order to control the star seed. Like, if we don't have them, we can't use the star seed. So we have to get rid of these anomalies in order for Sid to be fully functional. And then there is more. I don't know if I should spoil.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game that's a pretty good starting description. I don't think we want to get into like what the ending is, just because it's a really great game, gang, and if you ever do get the chance to experience it yourself, I think this is one of those games that should be experienced by everyone who likes ones of its kind.
Absolutely. I've actually talked to a few of my friends and told them, like, hey, this game is absolutely gorgeous. I know I talk about Shadow of the Colossus all the time and how it's my favorite game of all time, but I promise you, if you like the concept of Shadow, but you want a little more, Solar Ash is the game.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely gorgeous.
Ooh, that was a good...
That was beautiful.
That was really good RNG. It was definitely on my side there.
It saw that last jump and was like, we gotta help them out a little bit.
Yeah. It seems like thus far, Thresher is going pretty well, but also like that could change depending on next phase. So we'll see what happens there.
That's true,
since
but
this is danger skin phase, so we could lose a few minutes if I end up like dying or falling off or something like that.
Thresher is not too difficult though, so I think you should be fine.
And you have now cursed. You have cursed
Yeah,
it
like
all.
why would you do that?
I'm trying to be positive, okay? Dang.
Uh-huh.
I'm doing my best here, y'all. I am sleep deprived. Best I can do is positivity at this point.
That's okay.
Ooh,
I get it.
Spin. There we go.
Yep. And sometimes you'll notice in these boss fights,
God.
these scenarios that seem like, oh, how are we gonna do this? It will automatically put you into the time slip in certain situations where it's like, okay, if like we're putting you in this precarious situation, here's time slip to help you hit the button fast enough. So the game is forgiving with that, which is nice.
Does it? I didn't think it auto time slipped.
It does. When it does things like that, the flip, it automatically puts you in time slip.
Interesting. Okay.
I mostly know that because somehow I still managed to miss the time slip on my casual playthrough because I'm bad at video games.
That's not true. You are a speedrunner of video games.
I have spent many hours trying to become a speedrunner of video games. I did not start out good.
All right, so from here, we have these like teleport nodes that we get because all of Sid's holopads also function as teleport pads. So we can kind of make our way across the map. So we're gonna head back to the crater to get into the next area that has Lost Sentry. So we are headed to Ironroot Basin is the name of the section.
And Ruby's gonna end up doing a skip to go around the cutscene on the entryway into Basin.
Hopefully.
But I have not learned how that one functions, so I don't 100% know, but to my knowledge, you triple jump up the side of the mountain to a place where the gravity holds you, and then you triple jump onto the tree? And triple jump, like, around it?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're doing great so far in the description. So basically, I'm trying to get to a particular branch on this tree. I've been really bad with this trick the last few days, I'm not gonna lie. There we go. I want to head towards the, not the light, right? It's the area next to the light. Can't remember.
I am not 100% sure.
No, this is me trying to confirm with myself and having a hard time, so that's on me. Basically, there is a way that you can run up the side of this mountain and get into this next area without having to open the door and go through that whole rigmarole, but already I don't know if this is going to happen today.
Yeah, because opening the door in and of itself is a cutscene, and then once you get into the door, there is another cutscene that plays. But if you skip around it, the proper things aren't triggered to cause you to be like forced to do it.
And I'm rusty on this game, so I messed up that trick too because I was jumping to the wrong sections. It's really cool when you go up that mountain. I swear, it really is. It's neat.
Hey, I haven't
this cutscene, but
I haven't learned that either. I still just have to go through the door. So I mean, it happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna reiterate that I'm very rusty at this game, and apologies for that. I wanted to get in more practice before this, and I did get in practice, but like. I also have been working like 5 jobs over the course of the past 2 months, so it's fine.
And then comes the most annoying thing in the entire world. The freaking door skip.
Yeah,
that
and
makes
also
me
like
want to cry.
basically I was trying to break that like weird crystal because all these little bits of like red pink goop that you've been seeing that I haven't really been worrying about collecting, every time that you beat a major boss in the game, that white entity, I'll say, echo, that kind of crushes you every time. If you've noticed that your shields have been going down, it's Echo destroying you at the end of every boss and breaking your shields. Those little red bits of crystally goop actually help you rebuild your shields. Sid can use that energy on your behalf. So there are a few of those shields that we're going to have to get back later, but eventually this is essentially going to become a hitless run. I messed it up. Wow. I'm doing so great this morning.
Did you get the checkpoint by the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have this one. Yeah. So
I was going to say that would suck if you had to come all the way back from the opening of Basin.
Yeah. Thank goodness for that. Basically, there was just a little bit of that jump that I completely forgot to do. And that's on me. For this, I know that seems really strange the way I just did that, but basically what I'm doing is trying to get over, and rather than having to hit 3 separate locks that unlock this tree section, and this is usually one of the final areas you get to, instead you take care of it first, you triple jump in, and then you can just move forward with your life. So this is an area that we're really, really not supposed to be able to access this early.
But because of speedrunning tricks, we do!
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, this next trick is basically just getting up to one of these eyes faster by jumping up here. And this goop, it will burn away if you stay on it too long, but by jumping on that ledge, I basically saved myself from getting danger skinned, which is really nice. And that was actually a really smooth eye. I'll take that.
It was.
Gladly. That one is trickier than it looks because you have to hold on to a teeny tiny part of that architecture to get off the goop in time. And there's a few enemies around the top of there that can very quickly destroy you if you are not careful. From here, I'm just going to ride the momentum of this hill all the way down. And we have another one of those eyes right here. So what I'm going to do here is basically just dodge past this enemy on the wall. And just like that, it's down. That was really clean. That enemy, if you don't go fast enough in that pattern, can take you out super fast. And like I said, at one point, I am going to get a health back, like at the end of this section before we go to the next area for one of the tricks. But after that, it is going to be a completely hitless run, which is insane and cool. Oh god. I completely messed that up. There is a faster way to get into this area. I just didn't do the thing properly. Don't worry about me. It's fine.
I did it the other day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you're like, I'm a speedrunner who's good at games, and then you play the game, and it's like, eh. The nice thing is, since I didn't get that skip going into this area, the boss is already spawned in. If you're speedrunning it, usually this boss won't spawn in here, and you have to quit out to quickly get it to spawn in again, since it is glitched. But here, since I wasn't able to get that trick, we don't have to worry about the quit out. And we're on the next boss fight. So this is boss number 3 out of the... Oh god, what else? How many are remaining? So after this, we've got Withered Eye, Rust Dragger, Burning Hunter, and Wretched Ray. So we only have 5 bosses, including this one, technically?
Including this one, yeah, 5. Because there's the 6 main ones, and then there's Ray.
Yeah.
Which, for anyone that is possibly a little confused because we're talking about, you know, fighting one called Ray, and we're currently playing as Ray, we're doing the true ending.
Yes,
true
the
ending
category is
restricted.
true ending restricted, yep.
So we are doing a, like, very specific version of the end, which causes you to have to fight Ray.
Yep.
If you do the other ending, you do not fight Ray, and it is a very different ending, based off of the actual lore of this. But like we said, this is something that we would rather not spoil the lore of, simply because it is one of those games that you kind of just need to experience on your own if you haven't.
I wholeheartedly agree. This is a great game. It's a great game. You should play it. Okay, there we go. Sometimes
Highly recommend.
Yeah, this is also a boss that has a lot of RNG when it comes to its walking positioning and how soon it'll let you mount. So that is one thing that the devs have talked about. I also will say that, like, one thing I really appreciate about this speedrun especially, the developers of the game are super supportive of the speedrun community. Like, they've helped answer questions about how the game functions to help find speedrun strats for certain things. They had a dev on the couch that they sent to Games Done Quick for Brian Otto's run at SGDQ 2022. Like, Heart Machine's great. Heart Machine's really, really great.
I really want to play Hyperlight Drifter now because how much I love Solar Ash.
I will say that, like, one thing to keep in mind is Hyperlight Drifter plays very differently than this one.
Oh,
that one
absolutely.
Is a, like, 2D pixel game with very, very little information. That one's a lot more... when I say very little information, they're giving you as much information as is said in Titan Souls, which is basically none.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not, like, saying that as a I want another game like Solar Ash. I'm saying that because I know that these devs are absolutely amazing at their jobs.
Oh, yeah.
And
absolutely.
I want to see more from them.
Yeah, and they've got another game coming out called Hyperlight Breaker that is going to be a direct sequel to Drifter, from what I understand.
Oh, nice.
And
oh god, give me a heart attack, why don't you?
it wasn't intentional, if that's any consolation.
Sorry, that scared the crap out of me.
No, hey, me too. I feel ya. And that was a really, really good sentry fight. Okay, cool. So we are on, we are headed towards an area called the Eternal Garden for boss number 4, which is Pyet, or the Withered Eye. You'll hear us refer to it as Pyatt. I'm not going to explain why, because again, we want to leave the lore kind of to you all. But if you hear us say screw Pyatt, just like...
It's because we hate, one, the character Pyatt, and two,
the
Withered Eye.
boss, Withered Eye, yeah. So we will be saying screw Pyatt a lot. The name of the split on my live splits for the Giant Slayer Gauntlet is literally screw Pyatt. So just to give you an idea of how us speedrunners feel about Pyatt. As a boss,
I don't even know if it's just in general speedrunners feel like that, or if it's
us.
just like us.
Yeah.
Because we just hate him.
Yeah,
on so many different levels.
I know a lot of speedrunners who do get annoyed with Pyatt at the very least, and we can explain why kind of when we get to the Withered Eye fight, but that's going to take a second. All right, really quick. Before anything else, I know I mentioned I was going to get 1 shield cell back, so I'm doing that right now before I go into this next section. Then heading to the Broken Capital, usually there's a big door that you open with an eye to get into this area, but this is another one of those sections of, I normally do this trick right. I would love to be able to do this trick right and show you the really cool thing. We'll see if that goes well. I don't know.
And this is the one that I mentioned that I absolutely adore and think is insane. It's one of the coolest jumps in my opinion, but it's also really, really difficult.
Oh, that was clean.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what I'm doing is coming over here because the Eternal Garden is over there. So what I'm going to do is rather than opening the door, I am going to do a well, I messed up the triple jump. No.
Good thing that PDO taught me. Instead of having to go back and do the one. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Words are hard. Instead of having to go back and like redo the rail slip to get up there, there's the checkpoint right above where we do the rail slip over into Garden.
Yeah, I just don't have that checkpoint activated right now, so I do have to do the jump again. So
yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying, like, if you think it might be something you want to grab, you can just ride the rail up real quick, grab it, and then come back down.
Yeah.
Just like a safety net. Ooh.
That's nothing.
That was so precarious.
Oh, also, another thing we haven't really talked about is the fact that depending on if you hold the jump button, the jump off the rail button, longer versus shorter amounts of time, it can actually change. Oh god, I lost my words because I'm about to do this jump again. Don't worry about me. That was nothing. That was also nothing. I'm not happy about my performance today, gang. I'm not gonna lie. Just with this game, I'm definitely need more practice on Solar Ash.
Hey, if you want, once I get Peak down and the ending, we can do a race if you want to practice.
I would love that. Honestly, that would be incredible. But after AGDQ. Because,
yeah, no, absolutely.
yeah.
It's gonna take me another, like, week or two to get to where, like, I know the game.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if anyone hasn't seen it, there's a really great schedule for Awesome Games Done Quick. Complete side note. I'm mainly saying that because I am a huge fan of Games Done Quicks. I think they're a lot of fun to watch, and also I work with Games Done Quick on their interview team. So if you're looking for another amazing speedrun marathon once really, really longathon is done, and you're feeling sad because marathons have gone away, then that is a really good one. Let's see.
It's also an absolute pain to get on top of rails and just stand there because Ray hates us.
Yeah, the way you do this one is basically triple jumping into garden and getting past the door. I'm going to try it a few more times, and if I don't get it, I guess I'm going to go around, which makes me really sad. This is usually a jump I hit pretty consistently, but I'm really not doing well with the triples today. Okay, that...
Oh, so close.
Oh, man. This is really upsetting. Race
Maybe
confirmed. Got it. Yeah, hopefully.
Maybe trying to delay that last jump just a tad bit more.
I didn't think that you were supposed to. Here, hang on.
Or, actually, no. PDO said it is.
A little bit closer to the end. There we go. Okay, we've now passed the door. Yay! Took me a second, but we got there.
GG.
Thank you. I am going to activate this one, but the moment that we see that spark, rather than talking to Sid, I'm going to hit tab to take us out of the map and warp there. That way we don't have to worry about dialogue with her, because even though Sid's amazing, speed run, it's slow. From here, yeah, we're going to completely skip one of the side characters. Another
Makes
one
me so sad because Ark's one of my favorite characters.
What's up?
Something's going on with stream, and I don't know what.
I think you have frozen.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, the video is gray.
Okay, hang on. Is it showing as that in Discord to you all?
No, Discord looks fine.
Oh.
Discord had a little moment of like a pause to it, I guess, and then it went straight back to normal.
Oh, well, and I have no way to fix this.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, I was gonna say if there's anyone from tech who can help us. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going because the timer is still ticking, but hopefully we can get.
Yeah, it says sound works, just visual is not.
Yeah, like nothing visually is working right now, which isn't great.
Dave, I hear you typing. Are you reading out?
I reached out to one of they said to contact a restreamer, so there was one who was showing online. I pinged.
Thank you. We'll do our best to describe what's happening to those of you who are hanging out, since there's not really a way I can fix this right now, but one of the things I really love about this game is the fact that you're constantly, even if you don't explore for all of these little notes, there are a ton of ways for you to get story, including the bits of dialogue it gives you as you move. So it's not necessarily like the pathless where you still get like a lot of the game, even though you aren't like exploring the whole world. It still gives you some pieces, which is really nice. Oh god, I hate this jump so much. Here, hang on.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get this one yet.
Yeah, so there's a jump. Basically, on some goop, you can jump on. Ah, ha ha ha. Okay, I did something very impressive just now. Marathon tech happens. Yeah, it does. Trust me.
Thank you, chat, for being so understanding with it too.
Yeah, absolutely. This area also introduces something really fun. So there are these little like growing, almost like beehive-looking sacs that come out of the ground. And if you go back to them, wait, I think I was supposed to tab teleport, wasn't I?
Yes.
Totally was. Thank you. But in these little things, when you hit them, they release little clouds of like puffs of smoke. And it... Oh wait, there was a faster way to get into here, wasn't there? And I can't remember what it was. That's okay.
This is the only way that I know, so... by my calculations, you're doing great.
Amazing. I feel like there's a different way that I was taught, and I just can't remember what it was to save my life.
I have not seen another one personally, so I don't know.
Oh, there's a
Oh.
blue one in there. That's right.
Yes.
I almost went to the other one.
Yeah, you gotta grab the yellow and take it all the way to the end first, so you can get all of the yellows together.
Oh, that's right. Okay, cool. So, yeah.
And then you hit
basically-
the eye and grab the 2 blues that are in that room.
Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is basically a series of a bunch of different jumps to try and unlock several different doors. So if you're wondering what you're hearing as far as the vigorous clicking, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, and I'm about to take an anomaly eye in just a second here. So there's another anomaly eye down. And in a second, we're gonna see why I got the shield. It's the reason why you got the shield. Oh my god, that's how you do it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have showed off a really cool trick. Actually, you know what? No, I can still show off a really cool trick. Because that was only one of the eyes in here. I don't need to use more time out here. So here's what this trick is. Okay? So, what I'm going to do is grab this checkpoint here and try and get my shields up. I want to have 2. And you'll see that there are these little enemies over here who are kind of hanging out. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is try and line them up to hit me through the goop. There we go. And that's why I got that second shield, so they could hit me, but I would still be alive to get all the way in here. You are not supposed to be able to enter this by any stretch of the imagination yet. Thank you so much, PDO. I was having a hard time remembering what was next and straight up forgot about that bit. From here, there is goop just right up there. And you can actually just go straight through it and glitch through this wall, which is very fun. Then from here, this is one of the harder jumps in the game for me personally, because you have to do basically like a side diagonal goop jump off of this wall. It's... Oh! Okay, you all didn't see it, but I just got one of the hardest tricks in the game, like, instantly. That was really cool.
Typical.
It's Gray Scream, but I swear they can attest it happened, and it was cool.
And Santa came and gave a present. It was really, really nice.
Yeah, I am gaming right now, and of course, this is the moment that everyone's gonna be like, oh, I don't believe that you're gaming, because, you know... But I swear I am. Okay. From here, all right, we're back at this. This is not where I wanted to. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Okay, so I go back to the entrance of Eternal Garden again. Here we go. And the final few eyes, we are going to hit over here. So if you notice that I often will like triple jump on the clouds actually help you build the most momentum out of any other place to travel in the game. So some of what you'll see in these next few sections is me just trying to ride the momentum as much as possible of rails and clouds. And what I'm doing that for is so I can get right across this chasm and immediately open this door, which I normally can't do, and I have to have about 4 or 5 different rails opened up. And at that point, Withered Eye, the boss of this area, has now spawned. So, this is Pyatt. We hate Pyatt. He's awful. He's terrible. This one, the gravity, again, because we're in a black hole, gravity works very strangely and really, really interestingly in this game. So in this boss, the reason why it's a particularly challenging boss is the gravity works on it very strangely, and you have to often jump around its body while the gravity is working on you in a really odd way. So it can throw you off if you don't really know what you're doing or where you're supposed to be headed. Is the audience still blind?
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that's not
I have
great.
pinged the one. I pinged two. I pinged the one who did the tech setup, and he is not
I think
near
that
a computer. And I tried the one who is showing online, but I have not received a response back yet.
okay, and I think that the one who did our tech check was someone who like was immediately heading out after that, if I read the
Yes.
chat
Yeah.
correctly. So like, I'm need a mod to restart. Oh boy. Okay. Well, and unfortunately, I don't have any power over that. I feel like there's not really a point to continuing the speed run if you can't see it. I feel like, should we pause? Because at this point, I've done like more than half an area where people just couldn't see what was happening. I don't know. What do y'all think? I'm a little stumped here. I've never had something like this happen before where
Yeah, I just, as I said, I got the
Not
one response
sure.
from the person who isn't home, but yeah, the other one hasn't
Okay.
responded back. I can try the one person who's just available under tech.
Okay.
Let me try that, just because, yeah.
Not like there are other things I could do that are just audio, but none of them are playing a video game, and it'd be hard to really have any audio-only video games. At least the music of this one is pretty.
That's fair.
Well, gaming is happening, and it's really cool.
I apologize in advance if anyone can hear my dog in the background growling. He's growling at someone out the window, and I don't know why.
Oh no, I didn't hear Snickerdoodle, but tell him I say hi.
Snickers. Snickers.
Is that Snicky Snacks? All right, that's
Your Rennie says
Pyatt.
hi.
We have 2 more main areas and then the final boss.
Shush. Shush. The neighbors don't want you growling at them, and I don't want you growling at them either.
I just feel bad now. I'm gonna pause my
Okay.
timer.
Well, I did get a response from the person under tech. They said they're gonna take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. The body of the boss is disintegrating as we speak. Okay, this next area is the area that Nyx has been learning most recently. And this has some of, you know how I said that there were a lot of hard jumps that we've already done? Yeah, we're about to get into even harder jump territory, and it doesn't help that now we won't be getting shields back. So it is officially a hitless run from this point forward in Solar Ash.
Yeah, Ames Deluxe is... Wow, it's something.
Yeah, we'll show you what those mean in a second. There's a character named Ames that we are not going to see. That a lot of people in the community just refer to as Mr. Krabs.
It's fair. Although, I think he looks more like a snail.
I mean, I don't disagree, but you know, that's just the community nickname.
Mm-hmm.
But this area introduces acid, which you see right here. So all that green stuff. Basically, what the really, really dangerous thing about acid that speedrunners have to avoid is we're gonna run on the acid a lot, but at a certain point, kind of a monitor will appear underneath you once you touch it, and after a few seconds of being exposed to it, you will then fully... Oh, I thought I was gonna get that first try. That would have been so cool. You basically jump coming up in just a little bit here.
They are working on it. You are no longer gray, but you are now black. So at least we are getting updates to video. It's just not actual video yet.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
Oh! We have a frozen video, and I think we're back.
We are back.
Yay! Okay, awesome. Hello. So I know you missed basically all of the fourth boss and a lot of that area, so apologies, but this is the fifth area that we are headed into now, Mirror Sea, and that green stuff is the acid that I was mentioning, that shows you a little meter underneath you once you touch it, saying how long you have until you die in response to exposure to it. Okay, so basically, this jump, I'm trying to land on this spaceship. It's a stubborn spaceship. It's a hard jump. And I know that the devs have disproven that slashing through the air over and over will help you mount certain ledges, but I like to hold on to hope, so I still do it. It's fine. But hello, I went from God gaming when you all couldn't see me to... okay, there we go, to this. Perfect. Okay, next we are headed to Ames Deluxe. Nix, I'm gonna let you explain this since you now are learning how this trick works.
Okay,
so I can try and focus on it.
Ames Deluxe is essentially just another rail slip. We're essentially trying to jump through kind of the geometry of that ship that Ruby just kind of went barely in front of, and jump through there onto a set of like floating rocks off in the distance. So the way that you do this is you perform a rail slip. You want to touch that ship one time so that you can regain your double jump, jump off, and then hold that jump for 3 seconds, or hold off on the second jump for 3 seconds, and then jump again so that you can land perfectly on that geometry. It is really tough. Ruby made it look like child's play. I'm slightly jealous.
And that red meter was what I was talking about when I said you could die, and I think I have to do aim skip again.
Yep, you do.
I hate everything. I hate it.
So yeah, Ames Deluxe, while it is a very cool skip, it is really difficult. Because the timing of the jump matters, the amount of skates matters, the positioning when you jump off matters. There's so much that goes into it. It is a very, very intricate trick. And I still struggle with it currently. I learned it and I got decent at it, but I would say my accuracy is still at about a 30%.
Yeah, it's one of those that I was very happy that I got it first try, and the fact that I died to acid when I usually don't die to that, like I messed up the thing that I'm good at and I did the thing well that I mess up at, it makes me a little sad. So it's okay, but we're gonna go for this one more time. So yeah, like Nix was saying, this is another one of those really, really hard jumps that requires really specific inputs when it comes to when you are time slipping, when you are rail slipping, when you jump. Like every little thing when it comes to inputs for this trick matters.
Mm-hmm. Which is also true for a lot of the jumps in this game. A lot of everything in this game, honestly, is very, very heavy on every little input matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, I first got into Shadow. Shadow was my first speedrun ever, and I was able to learn a lot of it by just sight alone. And then I jumped to Solar Ash, and it has been... Wow, it has been a big jump. Because Shadow, while the inputs do matter, most of them, like, you can kind of get by watching.
And if you can't, then there are really good guides.
Exactly. But the input timings, especially because I used to play on 30 FPS whenever I first learned Shadow, the input timings weren't as tight.
2, 3. No.
Oh, so
early.
close.
I looked down too early. I shouldn't have. I was doing really well. Ugh. That was almost it.
I saw the camera twitch, though. You should have been good gravity-wise.
Yeah, but when I moved the camera down, then gravity was moving down on me. Okay. That was too far back.
But yeah, this one also just has a really weird angle that you mount onto that.
2, 3.
Where you mount onto that rail. It is very strange positioning as well, so it gets really tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should be safe to grind now.
One, 2, 3.
Oh.
Right there, right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
You touched it. You have finger marks on the way down.
No, you know what's a worse feeling? When you literally rub your face against it and fall off. That sucks. It's happened to me, and I hate it. It makes me almost cry.
It really sucks when that happens. Also, on top of that, like, you have to make sure that you're holding the shift button the exact amount of time and you get enough height so that you land on top of that and you don't lose any of your momentum. Like, you have to keep the momentum through the entire thing or you're screwed. It's a lot.
So even placement of where you land on that ship, just for that brief second of where you're landing, you have to be so, like, particular about it, because if you land too close to the right, you end up smacking the engine and lose all of your momentum.
Yeah, and I have to give major props to some of the people who, like, have put a ton of time into this run and made it look so incredible in public. So, like, Bladen is legendary when it comes to movement speedrunners. He has taken world records in this game, Titanfall 2, in Ghost Runner, and so many others. So, like, and on top of that, like, Drew Bagel made a playlist of videos breaking down this run. Brian Otto has made a bunch of videos. So just, like, thank you to those people who really helped optimize this run and make guides.
Absolutely. If it weren't for Drew, I would have a, like, way to really learn this other than someone else walking me through it.
And, like,
and it's like
teaching you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, on one hand, it's, like, nice to learn from someone directly. It's really hard for everyone to be on the same schedule for that kind of thing. Whereas, like, Drew is the only person that I've seen make a full comprehensive guide of the entire game.
So the one other exception to that is, as far as Solar Ash, yes, Drew is the only one who has made a comprehensive guide. There are some things that he mentions that he's like, oh, and I'll make a video explaining this harder strat, and he doesn't. So I've had to learn those from people.
Yeah, but in general, to get a baseline like a baseline feel for the game and the routing, Drew is the only person that I've seen make a full comprehensive guide of the entire routing of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I am so incredibly grateful to him for that. Although there are definitely times where he'll just be like, yeah, then you go over here and you go and do this, and I'm just like, whoa, slow down! Just like, wait a minute, I gotta go back.
There are some guides that assume you already know everything about how it's played casually, and this is definitely one of those.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
God.
There are multiple times where, like, I've been streaming my learning of it, and there are multiple times in my VODs where I'm just like, Drew, wait!
Yeah, seconded. I feel like I absolutely had those moments too when I was using his videos to learn the run. Okay.
He also puts some really funny memes in them every once in a while, so I just get, like, jump scared by a meme, and I'm just like, what in the world?
This is nothing. The thing is, I don't I don't want to say, okay, if I can't get this, I'm gonna go back and do a different way because I don't remember what the casual way is to do this part.
Right?
It's been so long, and I usually don't struggle with this trick this much, but I can say that for a lot of tricks that I've done today. I swear I'm good at video games.
The casual way to get through this is literally going and having the entire cutscene with Ames.
Oh my god, I don't want to do that. That's why we call them Ames Deluxe and Ames Skip, because you're skipping over
We're skipping Ames.
really long conversations with Ames. So,
And he also talks really slow.
and granted, they're a great character, but
Be safe to grind now.
I would much rather talk to Arik than talk to Ames, personally.
it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Thank you for the raid. Thanks, Critical Gamers. Well, if you are looking for something to be critical of, my horrible gameplay right now is probably one of them. Yep, and see, even though I got up here, losing momentum like that immediately means that the skip wasn't going to work and I wasn't going to get my distance.
Yeah.
So
I wish there was a way to build up momentum up there so that, like, you could at least break it in half if needed.
yeah, but unfortunately, it's not a thing.
Yeah, like, the only thing you could possibly do to build any kind of momentum up there is, like, run around and skate in a circle.
Right.
Even then, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Take a breath.
Yep, I'm gonna try this a few more times, and if I can't get it, then I guess we're gonna meet Ames.
Should be safe to grind now.
Yep, and if you go too high, then you hit the mushroom. Like, it's a whole
Yep.
thing. It's a whole thing.
This skip is, I would say, the hardest in the game.
I would second that. I would second that.
I don't know if everyone agrees on that point, but I would say that this is the hardest skip in the game. Ooh.
Nope, nope, that's nothing. That's nothing. All right. One more try, and then we go meet Ames, I guess. And no one speaks of my shame this day.
No one shall speak of your shame.
Good.
You got it. I believe in you.
Should be safe to grind now.
At least I got to show off the trick. This isn't like, okay, you know what? Fine.
Yeah.
Is this the way I'm supposed to go for this?
Believe so.
Okay. Like, legitimately, when I say I haven't casually played this section in
I also have
a
not
year,
casually.
2 years.
Same. It's been over a year since I casually played this section. Oh, that's just how you get back.
But it's electrified. The
It
other
not
rail.
anymore.
No, that one
That's
is.
what?
Oh, because I'm supposed to go this way, aren't I?
God, I don't remember any of this. I'll be
God,
completely
no, me
honest.
either.
Oh my god.
When the speedrunner has to take the casual route and gets confused.
No.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Rail slip triple from lower to upper peak is harder than this. I don't know what that is yet, PDO.
Have I
Nothing
mentioned I
happened.
hate it?
I blinked. What happened?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Great.
Okay.
At least all of these are activated.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
nice.
how or why, but they are.
Well, because I've been hitting them as I
Oh,
go, yeah.
never mind. I thought they were just like automatically activated for some reason. I was like, oh, that's nice.
No. Alright. Cool. Oh my god. I can't
Hi,
believe.
Ames. I don't know if you actually have to talk to him.
I mean, it's gonna have me talk to him, so, like,
No, I'm saying
regardless.
I don't know if you actually have to go in here, or if you can just leave.
I think you have to.
Bye, Ames.
He is a very dapper insect.
Insect?
Well, aren't those two little feeler eyes? That they look very.
They look like
insect-y.
snails.
There we go. Yeah,
Oh, yep.
you have to
Yep,
get
yeah.
this rail.
Yeah, because that takes you over to the other area. Ugh, I
Alright,
forgot about this
cool.
entire section.
Yeah, well, at least I was able to show off the trick, even though I completely messed it up and then lost like 10 minutes trying to get it again. Whoops.
It's okay. We're back on
We're on track. We're
a
moving along.
track.
It may not be the track I wanted to be on, but like this is a track, and this is the one we're on. So, alright. Hey.
I don't remember any of this section either. Jeez, I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful.
No, it's okay. I know how to get through this part. It's just annoying. Because
It's
again,
yet another. I haven't
we're-
played this casually in over a year, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we're speedrunners who are casually playing it and going, I don't understand what's happening. See, and that's the only thing I needed last time, was just that checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Hey, guess where I am? Where I was before.
Not quite. You're close, but not quite.
Basically where I was before.
There we go.
Here we go. Now I am where I was before. When I did aim skip successfully. The like second try.
Sorry, chat. That was a lot.
That was a lot. And I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Please put me close to that. Please put me close to that.
You grabbed a
Okay.
checkpoint, not yeah. Oh, it's already activated.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, that was rude, clamshell. I love that the race is gonna be the I have no memory of this place meme.
Odd.
Well, when we race, we'll probably just consistently do the. Both of us struggle with aim skip. So probably whenever we do end up racing this game, first of all, we're both going to be a little bit more practiced at it. And second of all, we're probably just going to throw ourselves at aim skip forever. We just don't want to do that right now and be here for 3 more hours.
Yeah, no, pass on that. Gross.
No offense to really, really longathon. We're all just sleepy.
No, really, really longathon is great, and I've been wanting to run the Giant Slayer Gauntlet for quite a while with really, really longathon. My friends can attest to this. I've talked about it for a while, so I'm really glad that I'm able to show this off. I just feel like, I just feel sad that like I'm as rusty as I am at this game, and I didn't remember being this rusty, but also like it's on me, so my bad. But for anyone who's looking to play these games or get into the speedruns, they are really cool runs and really incredible games that have made me laugh and cry and so many other things. Yep.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, I was in the toxic a little too long. Okay. And I can't see chat, but if they have any other questions, please feel free to let me know.
Well, Old Man Harley says, I say it with love, y'all are doing fantastic.
Thank you. That is incredibly sweet of you. So at this point, basically what I'm doing is... Here, hang on. Basically what I'm trying to do is get... Please. Okay, so I'm going to be going over the toxic, and I'm trying to hit as many of the weak spot anomaly eyes as is humanly possible. And one of the fastest ones to get to over here, you basically just take the slime to get to, or take the acid to get to.
So here's the thing that maybe I was looking. What are those red globule things that you're gathering up?
Oh yeah, so that's the stuff I was mentioning earlier that looks kind of like blood and is used to upgrade your shields again.
Oh,
So
okay.
every time you lose one of those little nods of power, that's what the red stuff is used for. It's basically fuel to build those shields back up. Oh, whoops.
But
yeah.
in this run, we don't really get shields. It's a hitless run most of the time.
Yeah, again, with that one garden exception.
Yeah. Yeah, other than garden and when Sid forces you to buy one after Crater.
Yes.
Like, they will not let you leave unless you buy one.
Now, is that just because with the speedrun you don't gather enough, or is that like part of a category?
I don't think it's part of the category. It's just unnecessary.
It's just faster to not do the animation of constantly talking to Sid about shields. Otherwise, it takes a lot longer, like ridiculously longer. Okay, cool. There's another eye down.
But yeah, I don't think it's part of the category in any way. It's just a speed thing.
Okay.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah. I'd say that's accurate. At this point, we're just gonna exit and go straight back to the previous checkpoint. So we can take out this one in the main gazebo here in the center of this section.
Something you'll also notice that we haven't talked about but has been used a lot since, like, oh god, back in Capital. One thing that Ruby is doing on certain rails is called partying,
Yes.
which is basically where you just spam the skate button a million times on the rail and it builds up momentum like crazy. The reason that we party is because the actual dash doesn't really keep giving you momentum. Like, it'll boost you, but it doesn't retain that boost. So you lose momentum by dashing more so than if you were to party or if you're doing like a launch. So if you ever see either the camera shaking like crazy, or raise hands going up in the air a million times over and over again, it's because Ruby is partying on the rail. And it's called partying because it looks like Ray is raising the roof. Great.
And there are some of these areas where I am going to skate on the acid, and if you do it just fast enough, then you can absolutely avoid all the obstacles in your way. But it can be very tight timing, just depending.
Mm-hmm. God, when I tell you the fear that I had when I was trying to learn this section.
Yeah, it's a lot of really, really high jumps over acid, which, like, isn't a great place to be, you know?
No, it's not.
Very
This one
nerve-wracking place.
specifically, like, scared the crap out of me, and then I got it first try, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind with this part is there is a checkpoint like right in here, and the reason I'm going into this part in such a strange way is because I want to avoid that checkpoint and get back to the one I was at previously. So that's kind of why I'm doing things the way I am.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, why? Ray, why?
At least I recovered, but I grabbed the checkpoint I didn't want to grab by mistake. Oh no. That's not great. All right, cool. Well, we're going again, I guess. Yeah, and if you don't hit all of the nodes in time when you're doing these, then it just kind of resets like you saw there, so.
Yep, and you'll see at the bottom there's a little black bar that's like slowly growing in the center. The white bar of it is growing in the center. That's how much time you have left before like the eye resets.
Yeah.
And you'll see it as well on the bosses. I don't remember if the bar itself is actually there. I think it is, but you can also notice on their skin, or quote unquote skin,
Yeah.
it starts to like get patchy with purple sections. And that's kind of how you can tell like it's about to reset. And if you're on it when it resets, you get vaporized.
All right, so basically I was trying to hold on to the checkpoint up here because the next place we're going is to that cloud right there. There are faster ways to build momentum on the rails. I'm just not worrying about them at this point. I'm trying to slightly safer strats since I haven't really been as consistent as I'd like to be with this game today. But all these bombs, fun fact, they will go off and try and destroy you, but you can just slash them and immediately break them without them exploding and hitting you. So we've got one other really weird and interesting section right here that we're going to be making our way through. To grab those last few anomaly eyes before the boss, Frustrager, spawned. This one's really weird. So normally you would like use this pad, this like launch pad, but what we're gonna do instead is just triple jump onto here and then use this rail and just keep moving.
Here, you can just continue to climb that goop all the way up through the geometry of the building, which is very fun.
Yeah, it's really great.
Monster skin is more noxious than pools of acid. Noted. This is why we moisturize.
Is that what someone said in chat?
Yeah. It was, old man Harley.
Incredible.
So, acid, lava. What's the vote here?
Lava's worse.
Because lava just instantly kills you.
Oh,
Acid,
okay.
you at least have a chance. You know? Okay. Okay, this one's really interesting. So basically what I'm going to do here is a triple jump on... So you can do a triple jump onto that goop, and you're not technically supposed to be able to climb from the bottom to the top of it, but there is a way to very quickly jump and reposition yourself. So I just have to get the jump right. This one may take me a few tries.
Should really fix my suit.
Feel free to talk amongst yourself, so I'm not just sitting here in silence.
Oh, you're good. I'm sorry. I want to like be quiet so you can focus too. Like that's why I'm not talking as much, because I know that this jump is a little difficult.
Oh, I appreciate you. Don't worry about me. There we go.
All right,
There you
we
go.
There we go. And then just a quick little jump gets you where you need to be.
Yeah, it's essentially like a regrab kind of thing, like what we would do in Shadow. It's not very difficult at all. It's just jump, basically.
a jump.
Yeah. It's not even a double jump. You just like jump and move forward. That's about it.
Yep. And from here, that is the final eye. So we're about to spawn in the third to last boss, Rust Dragger. So after this, we'll have one more really big area, and then we're basically in final boss fight territory, which is really great. The next area is a tricky one, but yeah, we should be finishing this with, I'm gonna guess, at least a solid like 20 minutes to spare. So we should be getting back a little bit of time here for the marathon, which is really nice.
Find a way up.
Okay, Rust Dragger.
Okay,
This is
here
the
we
one
go.
that is basically Solar Ash Gaius. So also has a big sword, also very clearly influenced by Shadow of the Colossus, much like Onyxia in Titan Souls very clearly is based on Hydrus. So for this one, the first phase is always like making your way up the gigantic blade, and then trying to take out the weak spot on the chest from there. It's a really cool looking fight, I will say. Like, we haven't hit it yet, but you will probably know which one it is once we hit it. This particular fight has one of my favorite camera shots in the entire game. I think it's second or third phase, so...
Third phase, I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, the like really big air jump that goes over the arm, yeah.
Third
That
phase.
was a nice. Oh well, that was a pretty good respawn.
Yeah, so one thing that I noticed last time I was playing this, and I was doing this fight, you actually end up doing one side of Rusty first, and then you do the complete other side of Rusty. And then you do all over him.
Yep, so we're headed into third phase, so this will be the one that has the really cool shot. And we also get to go up the sword this time, which is fun.
Yeah, I knew exactly what shot you were talking about as soon as you said, like, one really cool shot. Like, camera shot with this one. I'm like, it's definitely the third phase, because I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I figured you would understand what I was talking about.
It's not only is there this, what just happened?
I don't... Like,
Ray?
Gravity stopped working on Ray for a sec?
That's so weird. What in the world?
So strange. Maybe it accidentally let go of the rail slip or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, here we go. There it is.
And that shot as you go around the shoulder is also really cool to me because all you see is his eye just like pointed at you. Like over his shoulder. It's so cool. This game is so cool, y'all. Like, please, if you have not played it, please play it. It's so good.
All right, Burning Hunter, final major area, and then we head to final boss fight.
And this is the area that I have not learned yet.
Awesome. So then I'm gonna do my best to commentate this one. This one is one of the biggest lore-heavy areas, which means we aren't going to see any of it, because we're going to skip all of it. But one of the really cool things about each of these characters is, again, you aren't getting to see what their stories are really, but each one of them has some kind of really interesting, strange connection to the place that you are in. And some of them have lore that they get in their missions that kind of goes over multiple areas. So like the character Arik we were mentioning from Eternal Garden gets lore in this area as well.
And then Lyris is another one. Lyris gets
oh god, from Capital?
Crater.
No, Crater. That's right. Thank you. Sorry, my brain.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
But Lyris is another one. She first spawns in Capital, and then you see her again in Basin.
Yes.
That should I tell where she is in Basin?
I'd say hold off.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do this trick one more time that I tried doing earlier. There it. Oh! That shit
Like cutting out.
grabbed! That was rude! Okay, hang on. Come on.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm very annoyed that
No, you're fine. Do you know how to do
I'm-
cliffside?
I know how to do cliffside, but
Okay.
but one more. I want to redeem
Like,
myself.
but
on
Arch
one of
is
these.
so cool.
Fine. All right. So we're gonna do cliffside. So we're gonna do a backup for the thing I was trying to do, because usually you can skate on the mountain and get into this area real neat. I'm still gonna get into it a neat way, but it's not quite. It's not the same. So basically, all I'm gonna do is because gravity is really weird here. The Burning Hunter area you can get to by actually triple jumping up to this ledge and skating up to the top of this wall here, and then just flying into the area. So, should we be able to do this? No. Will I? Yes. And I'm gonna grab this checkpoint just to be safe, but we're in the final area. There we go.
Yeah, and I don't know anything from here on. I only knew cliffside, and that's it, because I haven't learned this yet. I plan on learning it on Friday.
Okay, so then I will do my best to talk you through it, but again, we've seen how my Solar Ash performance has been today, so who knows. So this first bit, basically what we're trying to do is go past a bunch of the platforming, and I'm going to be pushing myself against this wall with a triple jump. So yeah, by pushing yourself against that wall, the line just barely puts you where you need to be. Oh! So, I don't know if you remember me talking about the Dorito packing peanut things that kind of open up different sections of the game and different rails. So this is one of those that I was talking about previously. I am trying to do a version of the trick that goes faster, but is also significantly harder. So, and I am aware of this, so we'll see if I can get to the top in time. Ha! There we go. Okay. So I was able to make that next rail, which is some quick little triple jumps. This part, I'm just gonna go over this section as fast as I possibly can and dodge enemies along the way. And then, fun fact, the first little one of the, oh, I have to hit the thing on bottom first, don't I? So these clouds, we're going to see a lot throughout this section, and they all create rails that go straight up into the air on these pillars with the different anomaly eyes instead of launching you like side to side like the other rails do. And that's Burning Hunter. That is the boss that we're going to be facing in this section.
Probably my favorite.
It's a really, really cool design for a boss fight. It genuinely is. There is a really hard skip here that I still, to this day, have not been able to do. So we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to ride this rail. But you can do a rail jump all the way over to the right-hand platform on that side. I just don't know how to do it yet. I'm glad I grabbed that checkpoint.
As you can tell, I have a thing for flying monsters. They are by far my favorites in most things.
I can tell.
I just like flying.
You just
I
like
like-
flying?
I just like the flying. They're so fun.
Oh. Hang on.
Can you tell the exhaustion's hitting me?
Yeah, I can.
My speech is devolving.
So what I'm trying to do here, there is a way to kind of wedge yourself into that corner with a well-placed triple jump and get onto that sludge. This just saves another little bit of platforming. That I'm not doing a very great job with.
You're getting really, really close. I think
Yeah.
game's just like, not close enough.
Yeah.
There you
Hey.
go.
And this stuff stays with you for quite a while, so I can go ahead and grab this checkpoint and then go all the way down here, start this rail, and if I can do this right... Okay. So, what I am trying to do here is get up to the top of this.
Tufty. Please. No.
So I can do a triple jump there and then just get straight to the top of this pillar. And then from here... Oh!
No.
No!
You were doing so good too. Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You can get it. I believe in you. You can get it.
Oh, I know I can. You know me. I'm a perfectionist when it comes to
Yeah,
some of my
I know.
speedrun stuff, so I'm just like, meh. Right,
I
take two.
know. But you got this. I believe in you.
There we go. Much better. That's what I wanted.
Poke in the eye.
Cool. Yep.
You know what they always say? It's better than a sharp stick to the eye. Well, that's what you keep giving these things.
Mm-hmm.
One less ooze. One.
And we're gonna quit the title screen and go back to that last checkpoint I grabbed. Now, this last section is really interesting and really tricky because there are several eyes all in a back section of the map that, because I accidentally grabbed that checkpoint, didn't I? Totally did. Okay, we're gonna go up this way then. So, we're about to do another one of those really hard, like, rail triple jumps again in just a second here, which is fun. You know, that's fun and exciting. So, the way that I'm going to do this is essentially by spawning this rail, and rather than going all the way down there, I'm going to try and go across this chasm. I hit an invisible wall and unfortunately didn't get quite high enough, but if I can do this right, then I should end up all the way on the other side. So if you all want to talk amongst yourselves.
Fingers crossed. We got the
Yeah.
fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Old man Harley said half of these games could have been won by a shipment of eye drops.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, so close.
Ugh. Yeah, that time I didn't do a triple jump, so that's on me. You want to make sure when you start this one that you're at the right part of the rail, so you want to be kind of right in the center of that, like, straightaway section you can see.
Yeah.
And I bounced
so
off just
close.
a little, so it basically,
Yeah,
tell-
that looked like it should have worked.
yeah, you can tell if you're gonna hit it or not, because when you hit that wall, either you will kind of be pushed and slide straight up the wall and then get on the other side, or you'll kind of bounce off and go down like you just saw there. Yeah.
So another thing that you might be noticing is whenever Ruby gets close to the edge and is trying to get up, they're slashing a lot. That is because it actually cancels out your mantling animation and can slide you up onto edges a lot quicker if you slash rather than just letting the mantle happen.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to things that aren't technically climbable ledges, if you slash, it'll just continue to push you rather than kind of hitting it and bouncing off. So that's something that you didn't get to see it in Garden, sadly, but there is a skip that we do. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
There is a skip that we do in Garden where we're on an edge that technically isn't supposed to be climbable, so we have to slash in order to like fully get onto it.
Okay, I might just be going down. I don't know what is with me and these triple jumps today, but I am like killing my hand and not able to get them.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, like... Oh, that's so unfortunate. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna... I don't even remember what the vanilla way is down here, so we're gonna find out, I guess.
I've got to say.
So we're gonna take this in a slightly different order than normal, but, like, we should, in theory, be okay. We'll just see what happens. Okay, I know for a fact that there is one down here.
Yep.
This is usually the last one we go for in this section. But since I wasn't able to quite get that jump the way I wanted, we're taking them in a slightly different order, just as we go. I think I have 3 more anomaly eyes to go.
I believe so. I think there's no, not 3 more. You've already gotten 2.
Looking forward to taking that thing.
Yeah, and there's usually... Oh, so it would be like 6 more?
No. I think you only have like 1 or 2 more. Because aren't there usually a total of like 5?
There's usually like 6 or so, aren't there?
Well, in Crater there's 3. In Capital there's 4.
Oh, what did I do?
Yeah, PDO said 2 more. You already got 3.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm pretty sure like the average number is like 4 or 5.
Okay.
PDO said Carousel and Graveyard.
Okay. And that's where I'm trying to make my way to now. Again, this is just going to take a little bit longer than usual, just because I was having a really hard time with that one skip.
Get them Doritos.
I don't know if I need the Doritos, but I'm just going to grab them in case.
In order to open the door, you need the Doritos,
Aha. Oh my god, and this is all stuff we usually completely skip over.
but yeah, I hate this one, I'll be completely honest.
Well, I'm sure it doesn't think kindly of you.
I don't like this section. This section is rude and mean, and but
Yes,
mostly because of him.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, those wall laser dudes, they're mean, and I don't like them.
They're kind of butts.
I kid you not, when I was playing this casually, this section took me so freaking long.
Ah!
Well, that looked like it shouldn't have hit you in the head.
It was a weird hitbox.
Yeah.
So weird. Aha! So, if I had gotten that jump, I would have gone all the way up here, and I wouldn't have had to do any of that platforming, hence why I'm so unfamiliar with it. Usually I get that trick. Anyway, moving forward. Now we're going to do a bunch of platforming in this section and get a few last eyes. And it's going to be great.
Can anything survive this heat?
A lot of this is like mushroom jumps, and for speedrunners who are on absolute god tier for this game, they are incredibly impressive because all these checkpoints, they do not grab back here. They are completely pathing this, expecting to take not only no damage, but to grab no checkpoints and have no safety. It's insane. Have I mentioned that you should check out the best players of this game because they are really, really impressive.
They are. This game at like no rust, full speed run, every single hard strat is absolutely insane to watch, and it's amazing.
I feel like the world record is somewhere around like the 50-minute mark, if I'm remembering correctly, when it comes to the any percent speed, or I'm sorry, not any percent, the true ending restricted run. But someone please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like that feels right, but I very well might be wrong here.
57:26.
57:26. Okay. Okay. There is a trick. I'm not going to bother because at this point I've been doing so poorly with so many of the tricks that I'm just, and it's one of my worst, that I'm just going to keep going here. It's fine.
Oh boy.
Now, I'm just gonna say, see, if you hadn't said anything, no one would have known.
Listen. I'm
Just-
trying so hard.
Oh, you are doing amazing. I'm just saying.
No one would have known.
No,
You're
no need to
right.
point. No need to point things out like that. You're doing a heckin' good job. Dancing on the goop and the things and the Doritos.
So we got the checkpoint. We got the checkpoint. There's one last eye in the back of this section, and then we're good to go. So I'm gonna jump back to it. This is also one of the most dangerous eyes because, as you know, we are basically hitless at this point in the run. Or we have to be as close to hitless as we can be. I'm gonna hit this enemy and just kill them, take this out. Then from here, all I'm gonna do is grab this, get up here. I'm gonna triple jump. It wasn't letting me triple jump. Okay, cool. Neat. Where? Thank you. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, cool.
There we
No!
go.
How I mentioned this is a very dangerous section because of the fact that there are so many things that could shoot you and kill you. Because there are a
Yeah,
lot of
Pete
things in
is
this section.
terrifying.
Yeah, there are a lot of things in this section that can, indeed, and will try and shoot you and kill you. Oh my god, what did I do?
Oh. All right. All right, you got it this time.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am filled with confidence.
Filled with determination. I don't know if anyone got that joke.
Yes.
I did.
Okay. Everyone got really quiet, and I was like,
No,
did
I
that
got
joke land?
it. Okay. Cool. Great.
There, see?
Now
Confident.
the boss should spawn in. Okay. Burning Hunter. Second to last boss in this entire Giant Slayer gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a little horny.
What?
Oh my god. Because he has horns.
Oh my god.
Dave's making a ridiculous
Stupid
joke based
jokes.
on the fact that he has
I don't have anything productive to add to this game, so I just have to be the stupid jokes.
Get me.
It was just the peanut gallery today.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let y'all commentate this one while I fight. So have fun.
So this is Burb. Burb is great. We love Burb. Burb, go flap.
Great. Nailing this commentary.
I'm doing great at this. So basically what you do with this fight is the way that you get on top of the Burb, I
flapping.
keep forgetting her freaking name.
Burning Hunter.
Burning Hunter, thank you. The way that you get on top of Hunter is by using those little clouds that Ruby was talking about earlier. And they spawn a rail that shoots you straight up into the air and you just grab onto them. I think that's why Hunter is probably one of my favorites, just because this is such a cool freaking mechanic. I'm sorry, that's so dope.
Well, it also just looked visually. It is a stunning fight.
Exactly, and like the music in this section, oh, amazing.
Yeah, I definitely second that.
You scared me there for a second.
Yeah, I scared myself too. I feel that.
Well, at least it wouldn't be a wet burp.
This
No.
is true, but there is no way to have a wet burp on this unless you like hit the lava. But then you're not wet; you're disintegrated.
It's growing weaker.
I'm just saying, at least it wasn't a wet burp.
I guess that's true. Also,
Silver linings.
Yeah, in this game we have magnet feet versus magnet hands because
Yeah.
if you are holding the like grind on rails button and you are close enough to a rail, oftentimes it'll just automatically click you onto it. But you have to be close enough. That's the one thing.
And sometimes it becomes a bane because of the fact that you'll be like going next to one that you don't want to get on, and then oh no, did you die?
I fell off. Like the
Yeah,
dumbest way
but-
you can possibly die.
I saw that you fell off, but I didn't see what would cause you to die, unless just falling off does kill you, unless in which
Falling off
case
does kill you, and it looks like it like weirdly when, oh, rather than letting you fall all the way to the bottom, we're just gonna kill you here.
Gotcha. I guess I just never fell off this one, so I didn't see that before, and I was like, what?
Rude.
I definitely died on this one, but I'm pretty sure I died to Danger Skin a lot.
Yeah, I was trying to run over here, and then I just skated a little too close to the left on that one part of the wing.
Happens.
Okay,
Okay.
Burning Hunter, we are headed towards the final boss.
One
of the
boss
gauntlet.
left.
And this area is a lot faster, which is really nice. So I'm going to try one trick, and if it doesn't work, we're just going to go straight into the fight.
I owe you all
I
Yes.
yeah, and what viscosity? Well, at what viscosity is lava turned to rock? I think it's a temperature thing, but again,
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
not a
temperature thing.
scientist.
So it's when the lava cools is when it turns to rock,
Well-
because
well,
lava
yes, but
itself is
there-
just molten
What
rock.
is the there has to be a line, right?
It's I don't know, but it's a temperature thing. It's when
That's
it
what I'm
cools
saying.
down.
It has to be a temperature of, at X degrees it is lava.
Oh, I mean-
one less degree and it is no longer lava.
I mean,
I would
yeah,
say.
but I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, no idea.
All right.
I know. As I said, I don't have significant things to add to this one. So, all right. Oh, yeah. So this is some lore. You can freeze frame through it later.
You're right.
Or
Or
play
you can
it
just
yourself.
play the game.
Play the game. Play the game. It's a good game. It's a really good game.
I like the freeze framing through it later.
I love how we both just went, or you could play it.
Yep. Also, one thing I should note is you don't get to see in this game. There are a ton of other suits that that Ray can collect based on like getting lore pieces as you go through this game. I obviously did not get any of those suits and have just been sticking with the broken suit, but those give you a ton of power boosts if you are playing through the game and struggling with the first suit. I'm playing with the first suit because it's faster than changing suits and getting all the caches that you need for lore purposes. So, if you were wondering, hey, why are you doing an extra boss? Isn't it faster to do any percent, etc., and what the differences are between any percent and true ending? The big difference is in this game, there is a good ending and a bad ending. I'm not going to tell you what, and if you want to play this game casually, I recommend you look away for a few seconds. Also, there's going to be a trigger warning in just a little bit here for body horror, so if you are really grossed out by body horror, I recommend just looking away for like a minute or two, and I'll let you know when that's passed. But with this, we have officially gotten the Star Seed back up and running. So as it is functional, we can choose, it gives us the option to either use the Star Seed or destroy the Star Seed based on in-game information that you are given. If you use the Star Seed, then you do not have this one final boss and the game just ends. But since we are doing true ending restricted, we are going to at first just click this option to activate the Star Seed. After this cutscene in just a second, then we will have the option to do one or the other, and we're going to break the Star Seed so we get that final fight. And it's the final of all of the bosses in these games. We were too late.
This scene is so good.
It's really good. And now we're going to destroy Starseed. So this is what's going to activate this other fight with the lore pieces.
Why this time? It's killing you.
Damn. Okay, cool. And this is where the body horror is going to come into play in just a second.
For once, I can't see past this.
Ignore the lore pieces. It's fine. Also, while we're here, I figure that this section, while we're trying to get to this final fight, is a good time for shoutouts. So, if you want to see me and more of what I do, I'm usually much better at this game, and I speedrun a ton of games. So, like Solar Ash, Titan Souls, Pathless, Shadow that you saw today, but also I am one of the world record holders of like several categories of Overcooked 2. I speedrun. I'm learning the speedruns to Hades and Transistor and a bunch of other stuff. And I'm over at twitch.tv/Rubiehart. So if you want to see more of my chaoticness, doing speedruns and singing and hanging out with friends, then that's where you can find me. What about you two? If people want to see speedruns that you do. And the gore warning is done. Just
Yeah.
Pain is gone.
Well, hi, I'm Nyx. TitanusNix on Twitch, so twitch.tv/TitanusNix. I am a variety streamer and a speedrunner. I speedrun currently Shadow of the Colossus and a little bit of this game. I'm still learning this game. I used to speedrun Phasmophobia as well, but kind of just haven't been doing that recently. But I'm planning on learning more speedruns in the future, and on Saturdays I play backlog games. So currently we're playing through the entire Uncharted series, and we're on Uncharted 3 right now. But yeah, that's me.
Just Dave TM. I am going to. I've taken a break from actually streaming for a bit, although I do hope to get back to it soon. But honestly, go to those two, and I'll probably be in chat more often than not.
It's what we missed. Right. It's you better go see for yourself.
So, in we go.
Yeah, we're headed towards the final boss fight, which is Wretched Ray. Going into this fight, basically what's going to happen is,
She ended the starseed cycle, so you might have the chance to end another. She's still part of you, isn't she?
Here we go, lore, yay. So there is a way to skip past this, but I was having a hard time with it, and it involves getting on that tree with a very small walkable hitbox. So at this point, I'm just gonna skip past it because I'd be much more interested in you all being able to watch this fight than trying that a million times.
She does now.
So basically what I'm gonna do is try and get close enough to that ending platform that I can then jump close to where it would then reload me inside of her arena. So
Why put someone out of their misery when you can pull them out?
So I'm just trying to get into her arena, and here's Wretched Ray, final part of the game. So this is what Ray has become, because spoilers, don't worry about it. But what I'm going to do here is to take Wretched Ray out and to quote-unquote end this cycle, as they've mentioned previously, is taking out Ray just like the other anomalies that I would have previously taken out. So at this moment, I am actually playing as that big white being that we saw, Echo, many other times previously in the game. And the time for this run, by the way, is going to end as soon as I say that I'm doing the final input, and I'll call time. But we've got 2 more phases before that actually happens, so we still got another minute or 2 here. Yeah, Solar Ash, really, really incredible game. The momentum is very fun. It is a hard speedrun. As you saw, I haven't been practicing this for, like, not too long. Like, I have played it recently. And even then, not having that practice, like, it does a lot to you. So if you're looking for a run that is really fun and beautiful, but very challenging, this definitely fits that bill. Pathless doesn't have many resources, but as far as, like, Solar Ash, Shadow, and Titan Souls. Solar Ash has some pretty readily available resources and a really sweet community. And Shadow of the Colossus and Titan Souls both have a ton of resources, like documents, videos, you name it, and they've got it somewhere. You just have to know where to look. And that oftentimes is in the Discords for those communities. So, yeah.
Yeah, another fun thing about fighting Wretched Ray is that her skin is always danger skin.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, so you don't want to touch
terrifying.
it ever. And we are about to be at time, so it's going to be right after I do this last input. So we've got 1, 2, and this is going to be the final input. Thank you all so much for having us. I'm really glad we were able to show off these games. And time. 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 33 seconds for the entire Giant Slayer Gauntlet of Shadow of the Colossus, Titan Souls, Pathless, and Solar Ash. Thank you so much for letting me showcase this. Dave, Nix, thank you for hanging out with me, and I'm sorry that we were very delusional because it's early in the morning and I'm rusty,
Yes.
but I hope you all had a really good time. I had a blast being able to show it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you, chat. You were great.
Ray?
Thanks, chat, for being awesome. Thank you, really, really long thon for having us, and thanks, Ruby, for asking us to help you out. Because you know I love commentating with you. It's always fun.
Oh, absolutely. And now, everyone enjoy the holidays. If you celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. If you celebrate other holidays, please enjoy yourselves and take care of each other this season. And we'll see you later, and stick around for the rest of Really, Really Longathon. Bye.